About correct. This case design is very much mid-2000s. We even have a floppy drive here, as well as an M disk. I'm not sure if this is a DVD-ROM drive or not, but M disks basically, I think they're Millennium disks. They're supposed to archive data for 1,000 years or something like that. I don't know if that's actually true. I don't think that anybody's ever tested a 1,000-year disk. A lot of these legacy systems have stuff on floppy disks or just spinning media, and this would actually be pretty good for transferring that out to something more modern. On the back, we've got, oh man, we've got PS2 ports for keyboard and mouse. Fair enough. Serial, that's actually pretty important. Parallel, also pretty important. VGA, and we've got a grand total of 4 USB 2.0 ports on the back with a, I believe that's a 10100 NIC. Plus we've got some basic audio on the back here. Nothing really special, but this serial port and parallel port are actually very interesting for most older use cases because a lot of old like human machine interfaces and SCADA interfaces, stuff that's for like heavy industrial use, will use serial or parallel. And the thing about serial and parallel is they can actually go pretty far, or at least serial can. I don't know about parallel, but you can run serial for like, I think several kilometers. Whoa. And also around the front are another 2 USB ports. These are also 2.0 and front panel audio. Now, for reasons we'll get into later, these are only running at USB 1.1 speeds, but they are 2.0 capable. Now, if you thought we were done talking about the exterior, we're not. Check this out. This is a genuine Windows 98 2nd edition serial key. I don't know where they got that. It looks brand new. Like it's not scuffed or anything like that, like you might expect from like a pull from an old system. Does Microsoft still make these? Like, do they still sell these to companies that need it? Or are there just like some warehouse full of like new old stock of this stuff? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's get the side panel off of here. It's pretty thin metal, like, yeah, like that's typical of mid-2000s grade PC cases. There's that fan just spinning at maximum RPM forever because there's no control. This motherboard reminds me a lot of an old Gigabyte board. It's got that kind of blue with the copper-ish heatsink on the North Bridge there. Oh yeah, that's a North Bridge, right. This doesn't have a chipset per se. Well, I mean it does, it's a chipset. There are multiple chips. Whereas these days we'd only have a single chip for that. Let's see, we got USB here, and we got front panel audio here. All the front panel stuff, including a nice tiny little buzzer speaker, little piezoelectric thing. Single stick of RAM, that's DDR1, 400 megahertz, but I don't think it's running at that right now. There's not a whole lot else going on here, but there are some interesting things about this motherboard that are worth noting. First off, it's got an AGP slot in it. That's accelerated graphics port, and basically what that is a version of PCI that is just completely dedicated to the graphics card. They don't have anything in here right now, but they went up to from at least 2 times as fast as PCI to as much as 8 times as fast as PCI, which is actually pretty good because PCI I think was 133 megabytes per second. These PCI here are shared. That's typical of the PCI bus. What that means is that all of the 133 megabytes per second transfer rate that the PCI bus is capable of will be split between all of the devices plugged into it. This is pretty much analogous to PCI Express today, but PCI Express is dedicated and connected directly to the CPU and chipset versus this shared bus that these old cards used. Below the PCI slots are ISA slots, or industry standard architecture. That's what Compaq called it back in the day because they didn't want to have to keep calling it PC compatible. These are 8 and 16-bit bus, so this would be the 8-bit, that's the 16-bit extension. The reason why these are super important for a machine that's targeting like legacy systems is a lot of interface cards for, say, communicating with old printers or, you know, HMIs, industrial equipment, weight scales, that kind of thing. They use ISA, and that can't be adapted, at least not easily, to PCI. Some other stuff of note in here, these ribbon cables. They're not going to what you might think they are. Yes, one of them is going to the floppy drive, but both the optical drive and the SSD, yes, that's an SSD, are connected with these IDE to SATA converters. Basically, they turn these serial ATA drives into something that this old motherboard can comprehend. I think that's basically it. Right, the power supply. This is an FSP Sparkle Power. So these aren't super amazing, but they're not no-name things that are gonna break immediately. The idea behind these is that they're old enough that they can handle the power demands of these older machines that we've kind of evolved past. So 3.3 volt and 5 volt rails on modern systems are very underpowered compared to in previous times. That's what we have here. So we have a total of 500 watts of power available, with 150 watts available on the 3.3 and 5 volt rails, which is a lot more, I think, than most power supplies today will give you. You might be asking yourself, why not PCI Express? Well, the thing about Windows 98 is that Windows 98 doesn't support PCI Express. AGP is the best it'll do. Kind of like water bottles from LTDstore.com. They only supported AGP on the first version, but they upgraded to PCI Express, and either way, they can still support your thirst no matter what your socket type. And compatibility with all of these older standards is really the main selling feature of these machines. A business that relies on millions of dollars of automation equipment controlled by ISA-compatible cards aren't gonna bat any eyes at occasionally dropping $1,000 on a warranted machine that will keep their entire operation up and running, especially if the interface card hasn't been made since the Reagan administration. The SkyTrain, the longest driverless train network in North America and our local metro system here in Vancouver, is in that exact situation. 500,000 people a day in this city ride trains that rely on ISA cards and backups stored on floppy disks.
It may be old, but it's very reliable.
That's Nixxis's niche. Their clients seem to be from a wide range of industries. There's textiles, accounting, healthcare, commercial way stations. In fact, a way station is probably the original home of my personal Windows 98 computer Scale, which I recently brought into the office to show off to the youth. I have an old way station computer because, well, for an individual with a propensity to tinker, building a new Windows 98 PC doesn't make a lot of sense. Sure, this motherboard here is brand new, so it comes with a bit more certainty that it won't experience burst capacitors or cracking solder joints anytime soon. But that comes at a cost. Even from the shadiest sellers on AliExpress, they still command over $100. And that's without any real warranty on them, or taking shipping into account either. When there's still full computers floating around for that same price, it's worth rolling the dice for those of us who know what we're doing. When your business is on the line, rolling the dice to save a bit of cash is an unaffordable luxury. So a $100 or even $500 motherboard that uses 20-year-old technology can be a straight up good deal. The same thing can be said for folks with accessibility needs who rely on legacy software for some quality of life improvements. They may or may not have as much cash to throw around as a business, but if a computer makes life much easier and better to live, having one becomes a high priority. Nixxis pointed this out in our email exchanges as a big reason for individual customers purchasing machines for non-gaming purposes. But this bad boy is not so mission critical to me, so why don't we find something more frivolous to do with it? Oh God, even the intro cinematic is bad. Unfortunately, every AGP graphics card we've tried on this hasn't booted, which, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm super upset about it or not, but it leaves us with just Intel Extreme graphics. When I ran The Sims 2, the intro movie was at like 2 frames per second. So, yeah. Obviously, this is not a gaming machine, but maybe we can run some benchmarks. That'll be fun. We got PC Mark, we got 3D Mark 2001 SE. Let's see how 3D Mark 2001 SE works with our incredible Intel Extreme 845 graphics. Turns out the capture device we were using didn't like 1024 by 768, so I had to change that real quick. Benchmark. Solid 15 FPS. That's cool. When I was a kid, I say kid, but like, you know, in school, fiddling around with this stuff, I was like, what game is this? Like, I wanna play this game with mechs and monster trucks and missiles and stuff. Oh yeah, there's a nice solid 8, 6, 7, 6. Yeah, 13. Ooh. Spicy. Oh, 6, 4. Well, it's actually pretty solid. Oh, 16, 20, never mind, it's jumping all over the place again. If Linus were here, he'd be all like, Tractor! Burninate the peasants! which is exactly what just happened. Yeah, see, that's just friendly fire. They're launching flaming arrows up at the dragon into the town. Like, that's just gonna burn the town. The dragon doesn't even have to do all the work. Oh man, the Matrix demo. I used to think this was super cool. Come to think of it, I think this is about how well this ran on my my Pentium 4 1.5 with like Rage 64 or whatever, Rage 2 Plus. That's about how well it ran. I remember it being pretty bad. Only in demo mode did it run half decent, but I'd watch that demo mode. You have successfully run the benchmark. Well, that depends on your definition of successful because a lot of those tests were skipped. Average FPS in car chase was 15.3 in low detail, 8.9 in high detail. Yeah, no. I can't imagine there being anything wrong with the wireless mouse. This here receiver pretends that it's one of these. So everything that this mouse does receives those commands and then just translates it into more or less one of these. So if I plug this in, yeah, there we go. Working fine. When we first booted this thing up, we had to use a PS2 keyboard and mouse on the back there for, well, compatibility reasons. Specifically because Windows 98 doesn't ship with up-to-date USB keyboard drivers, or just drivers in general. The drivers for the USB stuff had to be installed manually before any of it would work. Now that the drivers are installed, everything obviously works just fine, but it is something we had to do the first time we booted it up. USB flash drives are an interesting case. So this one is a USB 3.0, as you can see here. The thing with these is that you're limited to FAT32 at best. There are drivers you can get for NTFS and other file systems, but by default, the stock version of Windows 98 is limited to FAT32, which if you format this on any modern Windows machine, you're limited to 32 gigs. That being said, it can do up to 2 terabytes. So I'm just gonna throw this in here and we should see that we have removable hardware. Check that out. It thinks that the USB flash drive is like a floppy drive kind of thing, like a zip drive. And that's because that was the storage paradigm for a long time, which made all the sense in the world back then, but now it's just not how we do things. And as we can see, we have a bunch of stuff on this here flash drive. A bunch of CPU-Z screenshots. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. I can eject it. Not that that seems to have done anything. Let's unplug or eject that there. We'll stop the USB mass storage device. Please, can now be safely removed. That is a thing that you actually have to do with older versions of Windows because it gets corrupt, and FAT32, unlike NTFS, doesn't have journaling. So if anything goes wrong in the unplugging process, you are dealing with file system corruption. Well, I've been set up to fail, I think. I don't know that Windows 98 supports USB audio. I don't remember if it does or not. Device manager? Okay, it found it, USB audio device, so presumably it should work. Let's go to the control panel to make sure we select it first. So USB audio device doesn't seem to have any playback options, but the recording does. USB audio device, yeah, it has recording and other. Okay, so the other is where that is. And I will test direct sound, I guess. So what I'm looking at right now is a blue screen. I think I should still be able to interact with the system slightly. No, it's dead. Wait. Oh yeah, it's still slightly working, but it's like, it was not happy about that. Is this expecting a higher sample rate or something than Windows 98 can handle? I have to wonder why this happened the way it did.
You killed it. My God, you killed it.
He's dead, Jim. I mean, I guess we'll see if it comes back. I didn't expect this to kill it. Huh. Well, we rebooted into safe mode following that crash, and I'm just looking at the add remove programs list here, just because, I mean, it's a thing to do when you're in safe mode. And it's got the unofficial universal USB 2.0 stack on here. Did we install that? From what I understand, this was more or less completely stock Windows 98, and that's kind of what they claimed they've been selling. But they do include this USB 2.0 thing, and that's interesting to me because we had to disable USB 2.0 because if we tried running Windows with USB 2.0, we'd get one boot out of it, and then after that it would basically just not work. That being said, all of the important stuff did pick up via USB. We got the flash drive working, we got SD cards working, we got wireless peripherals working and wired peripherals. So pretty much anything that you can expect to need to deploy seems to work just fine. USB audio aside, it's about as good an experience as you could reasonably expect from Windows 98 out of the box. Actually upgrading the machine is not all that easy compared to contemporary Windows PCs, however. I blame the firmware. If you're looking to get yourself a warranted, reliable Windows 98 PC or a PC with any older Windows installation on it, then Nixus has made it pretty plug and play out of the box, so long as you don't mind forking over just a bit more cash compared to a used system from the era. And I mean, I don't mind forking over segues to sponsors like Micro Center. Micro Center is one of the best places to shop for desktops, laptops, computer components, and all your technology needs. New Micro Center customers can get $25 off all AMD and Intel CPUs at any of Micro Center's 25 locations across the US. If you're looking for a new PC, check out Micro Center's Custom PC Builder. Help spec out the best PC for your budget. Be sure to check the box marked Same Day Pro Assembly to have Micro Center's expert technicians assemble your PC for you for an additional fee. As well, you can submit your build to the Build Showcase in the Micro Center community and receive a coupon for your next Micro Center in-store purchase. Grab your coupon and everything mentioned in the video description below. Thanks for watching, guys. If you want to check out one of your own legacy PCs like this, the link is down below. And if you want to watch more videos on Windows 98, you can take a look at this video where I got scale out and showed the youngins what for.
Excited about that too. All right, man. Thank you
Cool,
again.
I'll see you then.
Thank you. Roller Drone has released. We've devoured it. I personally really love it. It's probably going to be in my close to the top of my game of the year list, specifically because it is the type of game that like I would want to make. If somebody was like, "Here, you're an idea guy. Those exist. Make this video game." I would totally throw all of those things. It is an arena-based single-player shooter, but it is aggressive inline, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Jet Set Radio, mixed with third-person shooting of something like Max Payne or even John Woo Stranglehold, which is an incredible game, and it actually feels a lot like that, and that made me really happy. But it's got this really cool flat art style, a little bit of like an 80s synth vibe. It's got some like Running Man influences, and it just plays really well. It's very easy to pick up, especially if you've played any skateboarding game, but then it takes a little bit more to get to really master, and there is a ton of challenge to it if you want it towards the end and after another mode. I have talked about this game a lot. I am obsessed with it. I'm still playing it. It's a great Steam Deck game, but then I double dipped and I'm playing it on the couch at home on my console. I like it that much. It's not a full price game. I highly recommend it if any of those things I threw out there sound interesting to you, like those types of games it takes influence from. But Ralph, I know you are pretty much as head over heels as me.
Big time. In fact, when I booted it up after 5 minutes, I was like, damn, Jake's going to love this. It just had immediate Jake energy. You were the first person I thought of. So yeah, really blown away by how much I enjoyed this. I did see the trailers and I'm like, hey, that looks like cool fun. But I really did think it would be kind of gimmicky. Gimmicky is not the right word, but just kind of one-dimensional.
One-trick pony.
And it would, yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I'm on roller skates and I get to shoot things. That's fun. And it's an indie game and maybe it has some challenges in there and you go through the levels and that's it. I was never expecting anything this mechanically polished. It feels extraordinary. It's a fusion of trick-based plus combat, and the skill ceiling for that is, oh man, and just the ability to be creative through your mastery is the core of this. And I think it's also the core of Tony Hawk. I mean, the ability just to be like, I have all of this knowledge of how to play this game properly and the things you can make happen in this beautiful free-flowing aerial like acrobatics kind of sandbox is amazing to watch. Like I go back and watch footage of myself playing it and I'm just like, God, that was badass. Look at me, man. Look at how cool I am. I'm not even that good at the game, right? But it just, everything that you do looks so awesome. And then when you do eventually start getting good at it, it just feels so satisfying. Because at the beginning, when you start playing, you really do get dumpstered by these levels. Like, they're pretty tough. There's, quite a few enemies on screen, and they're all tracking you all the time. You're always under pressure, and you're like, oh, this is so much. But then when you go back to a level after a while, if you've had some practice, you just completely truck it. And like, it's gone. And that feeling that you have of mastery over the battlefield while still being able to look like a fucking badass is just, few games can match that. So
it's deceptively simple. Like, it's very,
yes,
like, you look on paper, like when I explain it to people, it's like, oh, okay, you can do tricks, but like, you don't have to actually worry about bailing. You can't mess up a trick.
No.
There's also, by default, a lock on targeting. So you're like, okay, how compelling can this really be? How glued are you really going to be? And it still manages to do so just because you are constantly managing every single thing in the map, gunning for you like hard, like everything is up your ass right away. And it just really, really works. Like you say with your gameplay, looking at it, where it is a lot of, it's fairly simple if you've played games like this. Like, I was looking back at my gameplay and I was like, ooh, I could be better there. I could have done that. Why didn't I do that? And then it's like, after playing another 10 hours after I made one video, I was like, oh, wow, I really should be like this now. Like, I wish I just had more time to, because there's so much to it, despite it being so, simple, because like, it's like a lot of that language is there, right? Like, before I got through all the tutorials, and I'm not bragging or anything, I'm just like, it's like, they know what they're making. I was able to just do things. And I was like, oh yeah, of course. Like, I did a wall ride just because that's what I do. That's in my gamer brain. And I was like, cool, perfect, done. There's a lot of that, and from the way the levels are designed to how the tricks work, and it feels good.
It does. I think as well. One thing that sets it apart from Tony Hawk is that Tony Hawk's very much about what you want to make happen, versus Rollerdrome is a very interesting mix of your intent plus also reactivity. There's nothing really reactive about Tony Hawk, but because you have all of this sort of like gunfire coming at you at any point in time, you are constantly forced to react to what's going on around screen, on screen. And for some reason, it really also made me think of like, well, what if you made this like a rhythm game? Because I think part of it is also that where you've got these like the snipers, they train on you, and then the line turns white, and you're like, that's it.
And it goes on.
And I reckon the next evolution for something, this kind of formula, is to set this whole thing to music, and you can like do certain things on the beat or off the beat, and like, oh, that would be amazing. Like BPM / Metal Hell Singer / like Crypt of the Necrodancer combined with Rollerdrome. Oh my God! Please,
really good.
Make it happen, Team 7. What's the name of the studio behind this? Roll 7. That's right.
Yeah.
But what a year for them, because they also did Ollie Ollie,
which is great.
Oh yeah,
They
Ollie
did
Ollie
do
was
Ollie
dope.
Ollie.
Was that this year?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was early this year.
I got to talk to Danny Trejo about his character in Ollie Ollie. It was very fun.
That's
He
cool.
got what? He has a character in Ollie Ollie.
He
Oh
is
my
himself in Ollie Ollie.
That's sick.
You can
That
play
is
as
so
Danny
cool.
Trejo.
Yeah.
I think Rollerdrome too. What to go back to Tony Hawk? What this game does kind of better is that it emphasizes, because it's a arena based shooter, violence and killing. It encourages the aggressive play, because you're doing tricks to refill your ammo, and you don't have a lot of ammo. Like, it goes very quickly. Like, one enemy sometimes can smoke that ammo. So you're constantly doing tricks. And I always really liked to play Tony Hawk aggressively. Like, I play Tony Hawk like mean. So for this game to be like the type of game that rewards that style of like just wild play, where you're just like, all right, grind, jump, blah, 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 blah. It just really, really works.
Did you like the story side of things?
It was really simple, but yeah, I think it was, if you look for it, it's kind of cool. It's nothing crazy, but I think it felt like it had some things to say, and they kept it subtle. I am excited for the way it ends and where a sequel could end up, just in terms of gameplay environment standpoint. If you kind of get what I'm alluding to without spoiling things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it too. I think it was lightweight but well written. It was just nice sort of terse dialogue that didn't overstay its welcome. But I did want a bit more of it, because I reckon it didn't really stick the landing on the ending. either in the final boss encounter or also in the narrative. So yeah, there's a lot there are a lot of places you can take this in the future, and I really hope they stick with it because the reception to it's been great as well. Everyone's loving it. Like everyone's sort of singing its praises, which is really fantastic to see. But this is also I'd be very surprised if this isn't top 5 game of the year list for me because it just really nails, again, as you say, Jake, like video game, so playable. And it's just so confident in its own playability as a video game that it doesn't need to worry about like bullshit progression systems and like unlocks and whatever. It's like, fuck that noise. We have something that is so fun to play. We don't need any of that other stuff. And I just think I love that because they were so right. That was such the right choice.
Ultimately, highly recommend. And if you guys haven't really played it yet, right?
I haven't played it at
No,
all.
but I'm
I haven't had time. But I'm
excited
gonna
to see.
just gonna make
Play
time.
it on your Steam Deck, Lucy.
Well, if what Lawrence says is true, and I'll get that email tomorrow, maybe.
That's it.
Please.
That's right.
So other major game releases this week, Kirby's Dream Buffet. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't even know
I have
what
no
this
idea what
is.
that is. I know.
Gerard, that's on you, man. That's a Gerard-ass game.
It is a Gerard-ass game. Honestly, I say that by default because I'm the Nintendo guy, but like since the pandemic, I've slowed down tremendously with my time spent with Nintendo titles, and it's mostly because after Paper Mario, I just kind of like got tired of the stuff they've been outputting. But this is a really cute game if you are into a multiplayer racing. You basically play as 4 Kirbys in competitive rolling to the exit, but what you do is it's all desserts and snacks and sweets. So whoever rolls into all of the food to become the fattest Kirby and weighs the most wins. So it's just like a chaotic roller Kirby game where you just roll over food and eat, and then and there's microcosms of that within the game itself. Just like there's different maps, different modes, etc.
I didn't know Kirby ate food. I thought he only ate the innocent and objects.
You've been watching too much Terminal Montage.
Another release this week is Cursed to Golf. Lucy, you've been playing this. What is this?
I haven't played too much of it, I'll say, but it is a golf game where you're a golfer at like the top of your craft, and then you die. So you essentially end up in golfer's, not paradise, not quite hell, purgatory, and you have to complete 18 holes to escape your fate. And it's just I barely scratched the surface with it, but it's a fun little cute game. It's very quirky. It's by Chuhai Labs, and I'm having a really fun time with it. I just haven't had as much time to put into it as I would have hoped. But as someone who weirdly played a lot of like Golf 95 and Tiger Woods games when I was younger with my dad, I feel like it's quite a chill one. It's fun, and there's like different power ups you can get. There's if you hit like certain idols, you get extra balls and stuff, and there's multiple ways to tackle each hole. It's fun. It's a cute one. I wish I had a Steam Deck. It's a perfect Steam Deck game. Probably.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to my really good friend Liam, who is the creator of Cursed to Golf and director of the game. This was a passion project that he's been working on for many years, and the fact that it's being universally praised and everyone's been really enjoying it and sharing their trick shots and stuff. I know how hard it was for him to make this game, and I'm just so happy for him that it's out in the world and people are enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's very nice.
Love to see it. It's been a fantastic reception to it. It is universal praise. Which is obviously indie titles, they struggle to get that kind of cut through, but I do feel as though Cursed to Golf has found it. It has found that cut through. It is definitely being talked about and covered by major outlets and getting great scores, and that's awesome to see. I always love when indies are able to achieve that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Another release this week is Midnight Fight Express, which I dove into. It's another one I've been kind of playing on Steam Deck, not to just make it an entire Steam Deck episode. But I'm only about halfway through it, but it's very cool. It's not as intense or twitchy as I thought it would be from the trailers, but it's still really fun. What it essentially
when you say
is
twitchy, When you say twitchy, you're talking about the controls, or like it looks like a Twitch game?
Like the controls, like I thought it was essentially like a Hotline Miami, where it's
Gotcha,
not
okay.
really. It's more of an Arkham brawler, like an Arkham, like that type of counter type thing. Top down, with very short levels, which is very cool. They're like short bursts of just great, well-constructed action moments. A little bit too much story. I hate to say it, like the story just kind of interrupts, and I don't really care what's going on. A lot of text box dialogue that I don't really think works or adds too much.
I agree.
But the actual gameplay is pretty cool. Like actual guns are used pretty sparingly for a good portion of it. And when you do get them, you only have whatever amount of ammo is in that gun and you drop it. So that's quick and effective, but most of the time you're kicking garbage cans at dudes or like throwing things at them. And it starts off really simple and a little bit of a turnoff, but the progression is really good. There's a lot of skills and stuff to unlock, and they actually are totally different things for you to execute while you're playing. So it slowly builds it into a much stronger combat experience, almost like Batman Arkham, where really at first you have your cape, your dodge, and your counter. But then later on, you're also adding pulling a guy in with your grappling hook or bataranging another guy. This game does build in a similar way with combat movesets that so far is working for me. Ralph, you played this?
Only a little bit. I played probably the first hour or so. I liked it. I think it was simple but enjoyable. And the story stuff was the part that I was like, it didn't feel particularly well written. Like it was kind of like, I don't know, this isn't really clicking. But I liked what I played, but I just haven't had time to play more of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. Lucy, what about you?
Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah.
I started playing it. It didn't click with me as much. Like I kind of bounced off after a little bit. I might go back to it, but honestly, I don't know. There was something about it that wasn't quite there for me. I'm struggling to put a finger on what it was, but maybe it was just because I was so excited to play more Saints Row. I knew the whole thing that we were talking about today would be Saints Row, and so I played a little bit of Midnight Fight Express, and like I said, it wasn't really keeping me engaged, or like not even engaged, but like it wasn't scratching the itch for me. And then I did genuinely just play more Saints Row.
I do think it's missing that kind of X Factory quality that really. Yeah, so and I think that narrative, that could have been its opportunity to create a unique hook narratively or in terms of just broader character design or some kind of mystery or something, but it didn't do that. And so because the gameplay is fairly basic-ish and the presentation is fairly basic-ish, I think it really needed just something to come in. And it's the work of a solo developer, by the way. So like incredible job to have made something like this on his own.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. Not trying to talk that down at all, but I think just comparatively speaking, it's like, well, what is this game missing? It's like, well, it probably could have just used a little bit of zhuzh, like it's missing some zhuzh.
Yeah.
And that was what stopped me from being like, oh, I really have to play more of this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, I think I'm just sticking with it because, again, playing it portably, the fact that I can just like go through a quick level real quick, it's really going to work for me. But I'm pretty much with you guys on that. Now, Gerard, you've been playing 2 older games this week.
That's always my case. I'm playing games from 8, 10, 12 years ago while everyone's playing the new stuff.
You're lucky. Trust me. This week that you're blessed.
Well, the thing I say with me and my team is 3 in terms of videos, right? We output 4 videos a month on the channel. I always say 3 for them, 1 for me. That's kind of the thing I try and kind of encapsulize. And so this month I did 2 for me. I did I played Quest 64 and New Super Mario Brothers DS. New Mario Bros. DS is really freaking good. I think we forgot about the game because of New Mario Bros. Wii, and then we got burnt out with 2 and Wii U, or U Deluxe rather. But yeah, New Mario Bros. DS slaps, man. It's got great level design. It's got some of the best music in a 2D Mario platformer that no one ever talks about because they all think it sounds the same. It does not. Bowser has a kick-ass theme that's so slappable. It's got
Is
weird.
it only playable on? Is it only playable on DS? By the way, has it been ported to like the Wii or Wii U?
been ported to Wii U, so you can
Switch.
play it on Wii U if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So Steam Deck emulation it is.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Can't believe it.
I did. Come at me, Nintendo.
But yeah, it's an easy completion playthrough. I think I put like 10, 12 hours in, and it was just really fun, man. It's just one of those games I never got around to completing, and I love me some Mario, and I feel like we're in a big Mario drought right now. So yeah, I just feel like the right time.
It's nice
You guys
to
ever
hear
play
you
it?
It's a good
so
one to
like
revisit.
excited about it. Because I feel
What's
like
that?
the rest of it's nice to hear you be like so effusive about a game, because I feel like the rest of this podcast is going to be us not being excited about one.
Yeah, no, that's true. No, we liked Rollerdrome. That was,
Yeah, that's
that was
true.
sick.
Did like Rollerdrome.
We did praise that, and we love the Steam Deck. We spent an
Yeah.
hour talking about how much we love that. So you know,
true.
It's a positive podcast, right?
We're
Everyone
net
remember that
positive.
before we go into the next segment, okay? Please, everyone remember that positivity.
Net positive.
Gerard, Quest 64. You've been playing that. You made a video on it too, but I don't even. What is it?
Oh man, it's like one of the world's only, like one of the true only first like JRPG on the N64. It's one of the most just okay games I've played in quite some time. It's it's got like weird magic and leveling up systems. It's that like quintessential 3D blocky aesthetic of an N64. You play as a boy with a cape, which is like basically what every NES game was for like 5-6 years. It's really something special, man. If you ever get a chance, Jake, you should try it out, and you'll kind of be baffled and bewildered at some of the design choices. Just, you know, how combat is executed and how you level up. Like leveling up is like half experience, also half you using your skills, and it's not very clear. And to get max level, you have to just be super in tune with it. It's one of those games where if you have a guide, you'll be just fine. But if you don't have a guide, you'll be fine, but you'll definitely feel like, man, I wish I knew what the hell was going on.
It's funny. As soon as you explained what it was, like the kind of like RPG for Nintendo 64, I was like, oh, that one. Like I have vague memories of like other friends playing it and immediately kind of just jumping off of it. So it's funny. I'm glad you're checking that one out.
Thank you.
The big thing though, the elephant in the room, is Saints Row. So the way I want to do this is I want to go around the room first and say what your favorite Saints Row game is. So for me personally, mine is probably a tie between Saints Row 2 and Saints Row 4. Ralph, what about you?
I've never finished a Saints Row game. I played like a few hours of 2 and 3. That was it. I never had any. Not that I disliked the series. It's just that I just was playing a lot of World of Warcraft back then, I think. So yeah, I'm not at all connected to the series like other people are.
Lucy, what about you?
I've only played 3 and 4. I think probably 4.
It's the cool president stuff, the president superhero stuff. That
It's the don't want to close my eyes moment. Which
yeah,
still
that'll do it.
resonates. It was pretty good.
Gerard, what about you?
I've only played the PS4 port of Saints Row, the first one. I recently I'm doing a video on it in a couple weeks just to like
Oh, cool.
because I was like
That'd be
I knew I couldn't. Well, I don't know anyone over at the guys at the new Saints Row game, so I didn't get a code. So I was like, well, if I'm not going to get a code, then I'm going to try and do something Saints Row adjacent. And then seeing people at G4 play it, hearing you guys talk about it in our Discord, made me go, I think I dodged a bullet by not playing it. So
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Jake, when you were like, this is how I want to do this segment, I thought you were genuinely going to make us give it a compliment sandwich.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And I'm like, oh man.
say
That's a
one
good
thing
idea.
you
Let's
liked
do
about
that.
the new Saints Row.
Shit.
Let's do that. Lucy, you go first.
I don't hate the driving.
I do, but anyway.
This is gonna be like one of those comedy sandwiches with like this many fillings. Dude, it's just I don't understand. This game took me back in time and not in a good way. I think the writing is shocking. Like, it's so buggy. I like the level design is just boring and uninspired. I'm doing the same things over and over again. I don't care about why I'm doing it. And then the crust to this sandwich is that, like, still just chipping away at it though. It's mindless. It's completely mindless, and I can find myself just switching off and just, I don't know, melting into my couch playing it and just not really paying attention to what I'm doing. So I feel like it's probably an okay podcast game. Shoot things, collect things, money goes up, territory expands, skip cutscenes. I don't know, it's a shame. Like, no one ever wants to make a bad game. That's the thing. And like, you know, we were talking about this in the Discord, like, imagine if this fucking launched in February.
God, you could play this or Elden Ring. You choose.
No, but like the state it would have been in. Like, my game kept crashing in the fucking character creator, and I was like,
the bugs are out of control.
Yeah.
They really were. This needed like at least another 6 months
Yeah.
to the number of game breaking bugs that I had. And I'm not sure if you guys have watched my
I
video.
watched
but
your the ending thing was unbelievable.
Like that's just for anyone not watching the podcast or whatever. Basically, my ending glitched, like the pivotal final showdown moment in the game glitched out in the most hilarious fashion, and it's been clipped and shared everywhere all over. It's been nuts. But look, I feel like and I think this is the thing, right? I really don't like making those sorts of videos.
No.
Because everyone's like, okay, but the fact of the matter is, those videos get a lot of views, like real videos where you really go to town on a game, okay? And that's true. Like with this video, it's gone crazy. And it's
We
like,
hit
whatever.
trending.
But yeah, exactly, right? But I don't like that. I don't like doing that because I really feel bad for Volition, you know? Like, this is a group of people that just tried to make a game. They were not dishonest at any point in time. I'm sure all of them worked hard. I'm sure like people, you know, missed time with their families so they could make this game and whatever else. So like, I feel bad putting out a video like this to be like, look, this really fucking sucks. But at the same time, like, I also really believe in unvarnished, honest, unfiltered criticism and critiquing of video games. Like, I really respect this art form deeply, and I really believe that, you know, I love talking about it, and that's it. So I don't like putting out a video. Like, again, with Diablo Immortal, like, I didn't even bother to put out a video for that because, like, fuck that game, right? But I have no problem dumping on that product because genuinely, fuck Blizzard for what they've done with that. I don't care. Whatever, you know, it's fine. You don't have any bad feelings by saying Diablo Immortal fucking sucks. But I do feel bad saying that, you know, Saints Row sucks because, again, I don't think this was a cynically motivated, dodgy product designed to pull the wool over our eyes. It's just a video game that is not a good video game.
Yeah.
You know? And yeah, look, it is very bad. I had an awful time with it in every aspect. The bugs were the biggest, most immediate issue. Ruined my playthrough multiple times. I almost quit the game because I was like, I can't push through these bugs anymore. I have to stop. I had multiple reviewers reach out to me throughout the process and be like, hey man, is this also really buggy for you? And yeah, it definitely was. The game design, like the core gameplay, is so one-dimensional. It's like, there's this one mission where you have to, you're doing like team building. Did you guys do this team building mission where it's like, hey guys, we're going to do team building today and we're going to go out and do some fun activities. First, we're going to go do some graffiti. It's like, oh, okay. All right. That sounds interesting. Maybe there's going to be some funny graffiti mini game. Sure enough, you drive up to a wall and then all of a sudden some goons pull up and you have to shoot everyone. Oh, okay, cool. Then that's it. Later on, they're like, let's go do karaoke. And I'm like, oh, cool, a music mini game. This is going to be fun. Let's do it. And then you go to the bar and you're like, oh, hey, barkeep, I'd like a drink. And then all of a sudden, hey, there's guards here. And you have to shoot people again. It's just like, this game only has one trick over and over again.
Shoot everyone.
Exactly. And it's the shooting is bad.
Shooting
like, it's
isn't fun.
bad,
The shooting
old third-person shooting from the PS3 era.
Feels really
but
floaty. Like,
It looks like a PS3
Totally.
game.
Yeah,
dude,
but
the thing that got me was like the one mission where you have to go into like what could have been a cool kept calling it murder house, you go to this live streamed event to get more people to join the Saints.
Oh, the Battle Royale thing. Yeah.
And I was like, this could have been really cool. It's like you go in with no weapons. It doesn't even randomize the ones it gives you because mine bugged out, so I kept having to reload the same checkpoint. I was like, oh, cool, it's the same fucking weapon. It's also so dark that I couldn't see what was going on.
Yeah, it looks like
And then the whole time, there was this wacky, zany voiceover who was like the guy who was running the murder house, who was like commentating on the whole thing. Subtitles were broken, couldn't hear what he was saying over the shooting, couldn't read what he was saying because the subtitles were broken. And I was like, this is just like this fucking game in a nutshell. Like, it gives itself the opportunity to do something wacky and something cool, and then it just has to cut corners every single place it could be cool. And it was just ugh.
That mission that tonally weirdness of that mission is a really good example for the whole thing. How I really feel is that like there are two different camps of Saints Row people. There are people who really like the wacky zany of the later ones, and there are a lot of people who still just like, no, it's supposed to be about gangs like Grand Theft Auto, and like that's totally. There are two different camps, and I feel like this one tried to make the game for both sets of groups, and I think ultimately it kind of came up not making anything.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think tonally, because I mean, I went back and because in this whole process, I was like, I'll go back and watch some clips of Saints Row or whatever. It gets really fucking dark. It gets really edgy. It gets really funny sometimes. Like I was watching some clips. I'm like, this is funny shit. And I was laughing along. Yeah. I did not laugh there was not even like a slight amused half raising of the mouth when I was playing through this game because of how... You got one? What was it? Tell us.
One of the businesses that you get when you do insurance fraud is called Shady Oaks, and next door to it there's a weed farm, a weed place called Shady Tokes, and I was like, I like that. I like that.
Pretty good.
That's it.
Not
Classic.
gonna lie, not gonna lie. But clearly they have. I mean, I think the developers said that they were trying to move beyond the tone of the previous game, and I, having not played through all of them, I can't say whether or not they were the kind of tone that you should move beyond. People speak fondly of them. I mean, this is just the most bland, insipid, ridiculous, like nothingness, just bad SNL sketch, first draft SNL sketch, you know? The writing in this game, it's so... I can't think of a worse written game that I've played except for maybe Borderlands 3. And I really do think Borderlands 3 was better written than this. Yeah, look, I'm sure they tried, but like this, it was... They really just needed some other people to do this because this is so far short of the mark with regards to basic narrative structure, characters, moment-to-moment dialogue, humor. It is so spectacularly far from the mark that it's terrible. So
they lean hard on the group dynamic. It's you and your three roommates, and it's like, oh man, we're broke. Hate student loans. They suck. Let's do crime. And like not even skip a beat to do crime, which is fine. That's funny, whatever.
Well,
but
they're all in gangs already, and then one guy just has a fucking ego tattoo, and his whole thing is that he likes cooking.
Yeah, he's nice. They all have these cool.
He's shirtless as a personality type.
Yes. Yeah.
They all have like their own little, like, it gets into it a little more. Like they all have their own like backgrounds and ethnicities and like little interesting hooks, but like it just kind of throws them out there just to have them, and it doesn't do anything interesting. And then when you're all together or you're doing a mission with them, or even like the more loyalty type missions, it's like it's just like I don't care. Oh, like some of the jokes go on for so long, and just like you can't really be asked to really care about them. And I know it's crazy because it's like you at first it was like Johnny Gat, oh God, Shaundi, like they just seem like these dumb stereotype characters. But looking back now, they are memorable and quirky. And I don't think that these characters are going to have those types of legs.
No.
There's no way these characters come back. And in fact, I think this is such a bad release because that's not forgot. On OpenCritic right now, it's sitting at like 62 or 63 for a AAA game. That is disastrous. I can't remember the last time a AAA game hit that low on Metacritic score. I really can't.
Cyberpunk?
I really can't. Say again, sorry.
Cyberpunk?
No, Cyberpunk had a higher Metacritic score.
Did it?
It reviewed well in that
80s.
opening window because
Yeah.
because
They
most
juiced
people were
that
playing
shit.
it on most people were playing it on PCs and they wouldn't let people
Yeah,
fucking see the
couldn't get
console
console
code and all that shady shit. Yeah, that's a whole podcast in itself. But anyway,
Yeah.
my question is is this series franchise dead? I think so. I don't
I-
see how they make another Saints Row after
Dude,
this. I don't
I'm
know what you guys
amazed it
think.
came back after Agents of Mayhem. I know that was Saints adjacent, but like,
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that one. It's such a shame because it's like they got with Saints Row 2, they got the confidence, and then the confidence just kept building to the point of Saints Row 4, where you're the president and it's just full confidence doing whatever it wants. Even if the humor doesn't really land with you, it was still like just really directed. It was very knew what it was, knew what it wanted to
Very
do.
specifically designed and had a viewpoint and a purpose.
Yeah. And then this one just feels like the complete opposite. And then from the gameplay standpoint, like I won't ever say that like all of the games were like these compelling gameplay experiences, but this one just feels like weird and floaty and bouncy and like lonely and empty at the same time. I like the city that they designed. I actually think it's very cool. It's got a lot of specific landmarks. It's got some cool detail. It's got a lot of fun room for jumps and tricks and shenanigans. I still really like doing the insurance fraud mini game where you just jump in front of cars and get money, but it's just not good enough now. And
Did
the
you
fact that
notice that the
it can't
crowds
hold a
don't say
candle to the
anything?
old ones.
the crowds don't
Who?
say anything. The
Yeah.
NPCs, they don't say anything.
yeah.
They're completely fucking silent. And like Ralph, you brought this up in your review. There's no music. Like in tons of like the big action set pieces, you all you hear is the occasional yelp, and then guns. There's no music, and it just feels
Yeah,
so
the-
weird and
And they have good
anticlimactic.
licensed tracks. They have like a decent amount of licensed tracks that like I had to like dig to find on the radio because it would never put on a good radio station that played a good song. I'd have to go and find them, and then I'd go, oh, nice, cool. Why isn't this anywhere else?
The audio mix in the game is catastrophically bad. I just like I can't remember playing a game as badly written as this. I actually can't remember playing a game that has its audio mix so off kilter. Sounds are not properly leveled. Some of them are way too quiet. Some of them too loud. Just the whole thing does not click together. And I just wonder what went wrong on the sound side of things because it's also very, very bad.
It really,
What
for
a
me,
bummer.
it severely affected the driving. None of the vehicles had any oomph to it
Correct.
whatsoever.
Correct. Like when you crash, oh god.
Sometimes
yeah,
you crash and you
100%.
don't hear anything, or you jump and you land and you don't hear anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little things like that, significant.
And yet I keep going
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, that's weird, Lucy. I'm
Yeah, I
surprised.
know.
Like I genuinely am surprised. I couldn't wait to
know.
get off this game.
Maybe it's just because I
You're
want.
not playing Roller Drone, but you're
No,
playing this.
I
I mean, come on now.
Yeah, make a video about that. I want to see that. I kept playing Saints Row even though I hate it.
we always used to take the piss out of Mike Mahadi when he used to work at GameSpot. He's at Polygon now, but he used to do these great videos. But his tagline was always like giving X game a second chance. And
Oh,
so now
yeah, that's
sometimes
right.
sometimes we'll throw that out. Sometimes it's like giving Saints Row a second chance. But it has to be a few
Like,
years
it just
later.
came out.
Yeah, it has to be a few years
Do
later.
it now.
Yeah.
So that was probably the biggest, blockbuster game we're talking about this week. Just disappointing. I just want to say that doing the like Ralph, what you said, like this stuff, like it sucks to make these, but I like truly really believe that like it's better to talk constructively about a game you don't like instead of just going trash, hate it, garbage. There's so much more that can be said, and there's so much more you can talk about, like what we do here and what we're trying to do in our videos. Because like by talking about and fleshing out what you don't like about a game, I actually think it helps strengthen your understanding of what you do want from a game and what you do appreciate in games that do things right. So
Yes. No, I
that's
totally agree.
my
with that,
soapbox.
100%. Yep,
Now,
yep.
I guess let's move on. We got to wrap things up soon, but we do have time for one quick fun Q&A question. You can send us questions to our email. It's contact@friendspersecond. So we're going to take a random question from Rob W., who writes in and says, non-game related question, but what was each of your first celebrity crushes growing up? He says his was Hilary Duff. Bet that's a name you haven't heard in a while. Gerard, can we start with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh man. I'm gonna say it's super. I feel so weird saying this. I'm gonna say Bridget Wilson. You guys know who that is?
Nope. Googling now.
Bridget Wilson.
Let's
She
go.
played Sonya Blade in the Mortal Kombat movie.
Oh, dude. Nice.
You also may know her as Veronica
Yes,
Vaughn
Veronica
from
Vaughn.
Billy Madison.
Oh, that Veronica Vaughn.
That
is
Veronica Vaughn.
No,
Please
you
do not
didn't.
make me quote Billy Madison. It will go the entire episode.
She was an underrated actor at a young age. I was like, you're pretty, and I obviously not my age. When I'm an 8-year-old kid, right? But man, I thought she was so pretty, and she's still beautiful.
Dude, she's married to Pete Sampras, the tennis player?
What? I did not know that.
So weird.
Go Pete. What a champ in
Yeah.
every sense of the word.
Go Pete.
Yeah.
Married for 22 years.
Love it.
She's also in The Last Action Hero. Great movie.
Yes.
Great movie.
Sure.
Just tugging at my heartstrings. Really.
Yeah, yeah.
I
What about
guess
you,
I'll go
Lucy?
next.
Oh no, go ahead, Jake.
Apparently, I'm fucking Borat because my first crush is Pamela Anderson.
Oh my god, that's so great.
I don't know why.
Love it.
I don't know.
Oh, I know
what-
why. We all know why, Jake. Come on now. We all know why.
Very left field choice for me. My other crush was
Very
Will Smith.
nice.
Your other cross was Will Smith.
I just wanted to like be him when I
Yeah,
grew
no, I
up.
get that.
That didn't age
Yeah.
well, or did it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Ralph, what about you?
Okay, this is true and you can't judge me, okay? My first celebrity crush was Rogue from the X-Men cartoon.
Nice, dude.
I know,
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah. She had she had something going on. I don't know what
Yeah.
it was. I was too young to understand it.
The
but
accent.
it was that little husky thing she had at the back. That was what really won it over, I think. In the, that southern.
Do you think it was the
it's
forbidden
just-
love, both that you couldn't touch each other and also that she was a cartoon?
Yes. Yes.
It was that she called you
Also-
sugar.
Sugar, that was right.
Come on, sugar.
The later women in my life are like, why do you want me to call you? Yes, so that's that. Also Cammy from Street Fighter, but I think that's probably less controversial. I mean, there's a lot of skin going on with that outfit, so it's hard to, that's it.
She's real to me.
They're both real to me. That's right.
Lucy, what about you?
Mine would be Carrie Elwes as Wesley from The Princess Bride.
Yes, Princess Bride. Let's go.
That was my favorite movie growing up. It's still my favorite.
As you
movie.
wish.
As you wish. And like, even though he was I think it's because he goes from being very sensitive to the asshole to back to being very sensitive again.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it's the full gamut. And also, he's very good looking
yeah.
in that movie. That's
I
great.
thought you were going to say him specifically as Dr. Saw.
I was gonna
Whatever
say
his character was.
I genuinely, I didn't like. I recognized him in Saw, but I didn't realize that he would do what he does in Saw. I was genuinely like, oh my god, my childhood is just falling apart in front of my eyes.
Oh, man.
Great
That was
question.
great. Okay.
That was good.
Thank you, Rob, for that question. And again, like I said, contact@friendspersecond.com if you want to ask us weird things like that. Let's move on over to this Fortnite in games. Is that what we're calling it?
It's technically this week in games, but Fortnite
This
because
week
we're
in
not
games.
here. We're not
Well, I
here.
was gonna
for-
say TFIG is like a nice little remix of TGIF. So
yeah, TFIG baby.
I agree.
All right. Well, Gerard, hit us with some game anniversaries.
All right, so I've heard your guys' feedback. I'm trying to condense the list. This is the shortest list we've made. We decided to do 5 games, but I got to tell you, every game that I pull for this list is an iconic one that I have to blaze through. So it's going to be a couple more than 5, but I'm going to be quick. So here we go. This Fortnite in gaming, starting with August 23rd. Y'all ready? Here we go. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six on the PC 24 years ago. Ugh.
Oh,
BioShock on the Xbox and
that.
PC
Yeah.
15 years ago.
that fucked me up this week. That fucked me up.
Yep. Ratchet and Clank Future Quest for Booty PS3 14 years ago. And that's it for the 23rd. On the 22nd, that's the 21st. On the 22nd, The Legend of Zelda from the NES, 35 years ago.
Whoa.
And rounding out this August
35.
22nd is Uncharted Lost Legacy for PS4. That was 5 years ago.
Whoa.
Moving on to
My favorite Uncharted.
Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Moving on to the 24th, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for the Genesis. That's 32 years ago.
What a game that was,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
Like, whoever came
Michael.
up with the idea of that game was just a genius.
Yeah.
Like, let's make a game where Michael Jackson goes around killing zombies by forcing them to dance.
And saving
That is
children.
the sickest thing ever. And save them. Yeah, well,
Was
that
there a
got
difference in the
complicated.
arcade
Yeah.
version and the Genesis version? Because I played the
Dude,
arcade version.
massive, Jake, massive.
Oh.
One's an isometric beat 'em up. The other one is a 2D platformer.
Oh.
Oh, I missed out.
They're
Which
both
one did you play? You played the arcade or
I
the
played
Genesis?
the arcade.
Oh, I played the Genesis one. Oh, man,
Yeah.
that's so good.
two different games. Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun, 24 years ago. Metroid Prime Trilogy, 13 years ago. And Mafia 2 for the PS3 and 360, 12 years ago. That rounds
Whoa,
up to
ain't
24.
that a kick in the head? Use
Yeah.
that in the marketing.
Yeah. The 25th, we had Batman Arkham Asylum 13 years ago.
Fuck off.
Wow.
I have a story
off.
about that. Can I just story? Sorry, real quick story.
Yeah, please.
Went to the
Go for
midnight
it.
release. Went to the midnight release of Arkham Asylum, and there's a bunch of people lined up, and there was a man waiting in line. He was first in line, dressed head to toe, perfect Joker cosplay, like full, like he had mouth prosthetics in his mouth, just
my God.
incredible. And he was like 7 feet tall. Absolutely silent the entire time. Everybody is like hooting and hollering, saying, "Hey, oh man, I love Catwoman. Who's your favorite Batman character?" Everybody's having a great time. Silent, completely stoic. Gets his
so
game.
good.
Thank you. Walks out. Never see him again. I've thought about him ever since.
Can we
so
find that
good.
man? Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
If you're out there, my dude,
my God.
hit us up on the email.
Hit us
Let's
up.
talk to
Hit
you.
us up, please.
Rounding in the 25th, we have Psychonauts 2 that came out last year. It's just 1 year ago.
Wow.
And finally, on August 27th, this is a big one. Castle Crashers, 14 years ago, August 27, 2008. And
May it
last
live
year,
forever.
rounding things out, No More Heroes 3 came out 1 year ago on the 27th. And there's your
Okay.
Fortnite in gaming.
That one
That is lovely.
cut me.
Thank
to my
you. Now,
core.
speaking of you,
Thank you.
you've been working on something pretty cool that we just wanted to
Yeah.
highlight for a moment. It's called God
Yeah.
of Work. It's a show. It's a full ass show you've been working on for a while. You are very good at explaining what it is. I don't want to butcher it, but essentially, it is you as Kratos in a office workplace comedy. Am I explaining that right?
Yes, that is correct. It is. It's essentially in this universe. It takes place at a company called Digital Solutions, and their catchphrase is "Yesterday's solutions for tomorrow today," and it is a temp agency for video game characters. So it's where video game characters go in between working on video games. So in this instance, Kratos is waiting for what he thinks is literal Ragnarok, except he didn't read his contract properly, and he's waiting for the game God of Work Ragnarok to come out. So he is very bleak and grim, and this is a very like rock star Kratos. He's fat, like overweight, doesn't care about anyone or anything. He thinks he's the best. He bullies everyone. He gets what he wants. And all under the guise of the world's coming to an end anyway. So he just doesn't care, and he is working in this office, and this show is about how Kratos gets away with murder every episode. He tries to teach lessons that people don't want to learn, and he's just a chaotic person in this workspace.
Chaotic boy.
I think it's brilliant to kind of embrace the assholery of him because,
Yeah,
it
totally.
bridges the gap between the old games and the new games.
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
the
so
idea we
excited
had
for it.
was the idea behind it was that Kratos, when he released, God of War 2018, it put him back on the map, and so he kind of went back to his asshole-ish ways. Except
Got a
now
big
he's a
head about
father,
it.
so yeah. Yeah, so it's been a passion project of ours since April's when we started shooting and filming. There's 6 episodes. Each episode is between 12 to 15 minutes, and it airs as of the airing of this episode. It's out right now. You can binge the whole show on my YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/thatonevideogamer. And if for whatever reason, if you want to watch it on television, on cable, it will be airing the whole season tomorrow. If you check your local listings, you can see the whole thing on the G4 cable channel. So yeah, it's super exciting. It's I want to give a big shout outs to all of the writers, Emily, Jake, Eric, and our executive producers, Leff and Megan, and a huge thank you to Gabrielle and Josie, our cinematographer, John Na. These people all put in blood, sweat, and tears to make this show work. And when you see it, it's truly a labor of love, and it kind of harkens back to not just The Office when it first came around, but kind of harkens back to a time where parody was a huge thing online. And a lot of the comparisons that I've been kind of told is, it reminds me of the MySpace video days of things like Chad Vader, which was really cool to kind of hear, because I was a big Chad Vader fan in my early teenage years. So yeah, I brought you guys a little clip if you want to show it on your channel, Ralph. You don't have to if you don't want to, but...
No, of course, please. I thought we were going to watch it now.
Yeah.
And we're going to... that's what we're doing. Yeah, perfect.
I've got mine lined up.
Oh, wait, where is it? I thought we were going to be...
Put it in the run sheet.
Are you not sharing your screen?
Oh, can we... I can put it in... I don't know how to do that, but yeah, we can do it. And here's the clip.
Kratos.
It's like passing a Gorgon eye. Ah! Elizabeth! Have you ever heard of a Spartan steamer?
We need to talk.
I'll be out in the squeeze. No, Christopher! You stay. It is too late for you now. I don't want to talk about it.
Are you taking a shit on someone's desk?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Excellent.
What is this? Why are you taking a shit on someone's desk, or is that a spoiler?
I wonder why it was called God of Work Steamer.
Yeah. Yeah, the context of that episode is that it's Kratos' birthday, and he's throwing a birthday party, and there's someone in the office that he shares a birthday with, and he hates that person. So while he is intoxicated, he decides to take a dump on that person's desk, and so the other two main characters are on a B plot to figure out who's been stealing office supplies, and they walk in on David's office to find Kratos taking a Spartan steamer, as we've called it, on David's desk. And that's what you saw.
Well, that is some wholesome shit right there.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
very, very wholesome shit.
Yeah, I think
Well,
you guys
thank you very much for
I
sharing
can't
that.
wait to watch it.
And that is going to be once again on your YouTube channel, The Completionist.
Yeah, youtube.com/thatonevideogamer, 12 p.m. PST. It should be in its full form right when this podcast is airing. So on Saturday, when you see this thing in your feed, you can go watch all 1 hour and a half of it ready to go as one big mega VOD. Binge the whole season, watch the whole thing.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Sweet. Well, thank you.
Very
And
pumped.
thank you to all of you for listening, watching, wherever you are. Maybe on your commute to work or your trip to the funeral parlor, whatever it is. Thank you for choosing to listen to us. There are a lot of podcasts out there, so we very much appreciate it. Also, very much been appreciating the ratings on like iTunes and all those podcast services. They do go a long way, and we do read them and feel nice. That is not an invitation to write mean things in the next one, but hey, thank you guys for that. Thank you for all your support with this. I'm Jake. You can find me on the internet at Jake Baldino. Ralph?
I am Shillup. You'll find me on this YouTube channel, or wait, if you're not listening to the podcast, you'll find me on SkillUp on the YouTubes. That's it.
Lucy?
I'm Lucy James Games. You can find me at GameSpot and Giant Bomb.
And Mr. Gerard.
You can find me at youtube.com/thatonevideogamer as the god of work today, as well as you can find me on Twitch at The Completionist and every other social media thing at The Completionist or at Completionist. And at the very least, you can check me out on G4.
We will see you guys in a fortnight. Thank you very much for being here. This has been Friends Per Second. Tie your shoes and
Whoa. Okay.
It's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Welcome to the show. I'm James.
I'm David.
I'm Riley.
And today we are discussing the 2012 Paul Thomas Anderson movie, The Master. We'll laugh, we'll argue, you might get a little too into it, but at the end of the day, they're just movies.
Say spoiler alert.
Say it.
Say it
Spoiler
again.
alert. Spoiler alert.
One more time.
I'm an alcoholic.
We're the show that Jolly Girl called addicting, with a film student, usually a guy that hates the movie, and another guy that likes it. So you get to hear many views and opinions about many movies. Lady, these aren't opinions, they're facts.
We are so different from each other.
Thanks for the 5-star review. Next week, we're going to do a Riley movie, Annihilation.
Are we? Oh, is that next week?
That's next week, baby.
Heck yeah.
I control the calendar. I control the world.
I mean, I'm glad you do. I'm very excited.
All right, David, give us your rating out of 10 on The Master.
Oh, boy. On his way to completely submerging his head inside his own ass forever,
Wow.
Paul Thomas Anderson gasped for air one last time. And even as the lightly shit-tinged breath filled his lungs, slowly pumping the traces of odor through his bloodstream and into his brain, he managed to direct such hypnotic performances and remarkable visuals that the plodding, pompous, parsimonious storytelling of the master could be enjoyed. 7 out of 10.
You're getting serious with these slogans.
What a wild ride.
Last week and this week, man.
That slogan started out normal and it went all the way up its own fucking ass.
Oh, yeah.
And,
but like, this is what I like about your. Last week you did this too. Your slogan is like reflecting something about the movie.
High concept slogans,
Not
baby.
only in what you're saying, but in its structure.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Meta slogans.
We should do a slogan review podcast. Okay, my turn?
I guess.
Yeah, I've taken the opposite tack with my slogans. I used to care more about them, and now they're throwaways.
It's okay. 6 out of 10.
This movie is a masterclass in acting, lighting maybe, and little else. I'm giving it a 7 out of 10, basically just because the performances of Philip Seymour Hoffman and Joaquin Phoenix and Amy Adams is okay too, but they are just like crazy, so good. The rest of the movie, I'm just kind of like, why are we here? What's the point?
Do you like Daniel Day-Lewis's performance? He's the chair.
Hello?
James, you got your work cut out for you.
Oh, whatever.
I give it a 7. What'd you get at 7? Okay.
There's a lot to recognize.
It sounds like it's one of those movies where it's like the whole podcast are gonna be like, this movie sucks so bad. It's actually a good movie though, but let's just talk about how much I don't love this movie.
I didn't realize that I didn't really like it until like halfway through when I realized it wasn't really going anywhere.
You know what? Let's just hear it.
Okay.
The movie is beautifully shot, impeccably acted, and deeply thinky. It's a bit of a slow. It's a bit slow, and the best scene is obviously like 35 minutes in. But whatever. I'm gonna give it 8.75, 9-ish territory. I was gonna give it like a 9 something, and then I realized, well, I like There Will Be Blood better.
Oh, for sure.
Like there's other PTA movies I like better, so it's not a perfect movie. But damn, some scenes in this movie are so good.
Yeah.
It's really like kind of an oscillating experience. On the whole, yeah, it's kind of slow. And it's not like really a plotty kind of plot-driven movie.
No.
It doesn't culminate in like a huge climax, really. But it's I love looking at it.
Yep.
It's Oscar bait in like a good way because it is actually like very compelling, but in only one way for me.
And I think you could make an analysis of this movie or a reading of it that really gives it a point or an idea. Like there is so much, so many ideas that are kind of just like floating around. But if someone could rein them in and give it a point, it would be like, oh, this is like a 10 out of 10.
It's one of those like rewatchable movies. It's not like for example, something like Inception or Interstellar. You're like, you've seen it, and then the next time you've seen it, you're like, yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. So it's like not as good as the first time I saw it. But this movie, there's nothing to like get in that respect. There's no twist or whatever. It's just the more you watch it, the more like subtlety you can dredge out of it. Because it's so slow and takes so long that you have so much time to think. You know, it's like, okay, does Philip Seymour Hoffman's character, he's like, does he know that he's not coming back on that motorcycle at this point? Okay, now he's starting to get it.
Yeah.
Is he mad about it? He's pissed.
It does give you a lot of time to think, and I want to know what those things are. After
Let's think about our sponsor, Secret Lab. Their chairs are designed to keep you comfortable for those long nights of watching slow movies or playing. Their Titan Evo 2022 series chair offers 4-way lumbar support, comes with a magnetic memory foam head pillow for head support, and is offered in different upholsteries like hybrid leatherette, soft weave leather, and Napa leather, the official leather of New Age religions. Best of all, a 5-year extended warranty is included underneath your butt. So, 49-day return policy covers your butt. Learn more about Secret Lab at lmg.gg/secretlabtjm. Cover your butt. Wow, we made it, guys. Thanks to Vessi Footwear for sponsoring today's show. Vessi Footwear is known for being lightweight, easy to pack, comfortable, and most importantly, David-proof. I mean, water resistant. With its Dymatex technology, no water's getting in there for a while, guys. Their Everyday Move line is designed with added support at the midsole and better breathability to keep up with you on your active lifestyle day to day.
What is David doing with these shoes?
He's going everywhere with those shoes.
Throw them in the washing machine.
Take them off. They clean really well. Take them off and put them back on with ease thanks to the handy pull tabs. It's also made creature free, so every step you take will be guilt-free. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Your feet will thank you for wearing these. Say goodbye to wet sex and check them out.
Wow.
Vessi.com/TJM and use the code TJM. Goodbye.
Man,
that's it.
I missed you doing these instead of me. That was amazing.
The copy is just so suitable for singing that song. It just kept going.
That was better than the movie.
What?
You want to know what happened in it? I'll let you know, James.
If you can tell me, that'd be amazing.
In 140 characters.
Following his discharge from the U.S. Navy after World War II, Freddie Quell is having difficulties adjusting to non-military life, partly due to his war experiences in the tropics. He has a violent temper. He is obsessed with sex, which is partly why he can't and won't commit to his teenage girlfriend, Doris Solstad. There it is, PTA. Said it earlier.
Come on.
Yeah. And he's an alcoholic, drinking primarily concoctions he creates himself with dangerous ingredients. It is these factors in combination that led to him being fired from one job after another, from department store portrait photographer to cabbage picker.
He was good at that job.
He was.
Not cabbage picker, the other one.
Before wandering one night in 1950 while drunk, he stumbles upon a yacht being used by Lancaster and Peggy Dodd. Feeling a connection to the stranger, Lancaster invites Freddie to stay aboard the boat to work. In addition to that work, Lancaster indoctrinates him into his cult named The Cause, which purports to do things as varied as cure serious maladies and create world peace.
A Scientology.
The entire Dodd family supports The Cause, except for Lancaster and Peggy's son, Val Dodd, who believes his father is just making things up as he goes along.
Well, I wouldn't say that. He supports it still.
Sort of.
Anyway.
Because of being, I just copied and pasted this one. It's not so accurate. Because of being lost psychologically, Freddie is easy prey. And he's looking for something or someone to guide him to a higher plane. But as Freddie travels with the Dodd family, he and the Dodds may become at odds with each other. What?
This is stupid. Here, let me synopsize this right now. There's an alcoholic guy, and it's like, hey, can the cause cure me or not? That's the dramatic question in the movie. And from the people who create the cult, they're like, can we help this guy or not?
Yeah.
He's kind of an asshole. Should we let him go? And that's the tension.
Okay, so at the end of the movie, Dodd realizes that his wife's criticisms are correct and that Freddie must venture out into the world and take his own path. He gives Freddie an ultimatum: stay with the cause and devote himself to it for the rest of his life, or leave and never come back. Freddie decides to leave. After leaving, he meets a woman at a pub and has sex with her while reciting the questions Dodd had first posed to him during their first session at sea. The film ends with the image of Freddie on the beach, lying in the sand, next to the sand sculpture of a woman he had earlier defiled.
Back to the beginning.
Okay, sorry for that messy synopsis. I didn't have time to write it, so I just copied and pasted from IMDb. But it's kind of appropriate because not much actually happens in the movie. I was waiting for some sort of driving thing to occur, but it's just it's what it is great as. I'll say this, and I alluded to this. It's great as this opportunity for Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman to take these incredibly complex and intense roles and really just show us what they can do with a character.
They're so good in this.
I mean, yeah, that certainly is the strength. I think you're coming down on the directionlessness of the movie, but I think that's kind of intentional because it mirrors the mental state of Freddie, where he's so lost and meandering through this world. He has no place. He doesn't know. So
and the era. Apparently, I always saw this as it's a Scientology movie, Scientology fiction.
In my
movie.
memory, it was literally Scientology.
Well, I looked into this a little bit, and it's It's definitely Lancaster is obviously L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, it's
and
based on him,
there's
yeah.
lots of details that are very close to that, like even them being on a boat and the career kind of ending in England. It's L. Ron Hubbard, but a lot of it's fictionalized. Like Freddie Quell's not a real person. He could have been based on this one guy named Welch, and we can talk about that in a bit. But it's kind of tricky because there's quotes of him saying it's not Scientology, but of course he's going to be quoted as saying that because Scientologists are super litigious and they'll like stalk you and do weird crap. So definitely don't want to say it's Scientology at all. And the Church of Scientology has said it's not Scientology. See, he even said it is not Scientology. It's obviously Scientology. If you guys are intrigued by this movie because you like the Scientology aspect, go watch the documentary or read the book Going Clear.
Is that the Remedy one?
No. That's like her own like series.
Wait, is this the one by
Lawrence Wright? No, Paul Haggis.
Oh.
Haggins?
That's not the one with the lady from the sitcoms, right?
That's what.
That's what he said. I think she might be in an interview in that movie in Going Clear.
Possibly, yeah.
But Going Clear is so comprehensive and so dope and so scary. Totally recommend that documentary. Unfortunately, not available on any streaming services, at least in Canada right now.
I love a good cult documentary.
It goes through the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's got tons of footage of Tom Cruise being crazy with a big medallion on it and shit. It's insane. Tons of interviews from people who escaped.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's good.
I feel like that's what made this movie interesting to watch. In addition to their acting, it's like I thought that it was going to say something about cults. Like I watched there's a really great documentary on this like Nexium cult, which is like this like sex slave type of situation.
Is that the one here locally in BC?
I think
Oregon?
I think they did have a chapter here, yeah, but I think they were based in New York or around that area. I forget. But yeah, I watched that recently and this made me think of that a lot. And I was like, okay, maybe we could say something about it. But actually, before we go any further, I want to read because a quote from Roger Ebert's review. Because back when he was alive, he reviewed this movie. The first thing he says in his review is, Paul Thomas Anderson's The Master is fabulously well acted and crafted, but when I reach for it, my hand closes on air.
That's beautiful.
It has rich material and isn't clear what it thinks about it. And that was my real thing because I wanted to see the Scientology drama, you know? I wanted it to say something about Scientology, but like it doesn't really there's some similar themes and he makes a reference to like other planets at one point, but like and they have that guy questioning him on it, but like nothing really comes of that.
To me, I felt like the Scientology was sort of like window dressing. It wasn't really a main idea of the movie. The movie's more interested in like a lost man's place in the world and finding it through this sort of religion.
So this is what I was originally going to get into. Is I thought that this was Paul Thomas Anderson went out to make a Scientology movie. He didn't. He wanted to make a movie in this era, this post-war era, where like everyone's optimistic because we just won the war, but also like spiritually bereft. Society was just like so empty and lost. There's like increasing consumerism and the sexual revolution and the civil rights movements. Everything was just like religion was just going down. And it was kind of an opportunity with science on their eyes as well for people to come in like L. Ron Hubbard and be like, make new religions and gives, because there's like a religion shaped hole in society.
For sure.
And so
a meaning shaped hole.
Yeah.
Purpose.
That's what this movie is all about. Like even I love the second shot of the movie where it shows Freddy's face with his like army helmet on and he's in the boat. You see that image and for me, I just immediately get like shocked. Like I'm almost triggered by the image because that means it's D-Day. That means their boat is about to go on a beach and they're gonna get shot. But instead it's boredom.
Yeah.
It's more like the movie Jarhead in that respect.
Interesting,
it's like,
yeah.
It's like, oh God, like we're going over to this island. We're gonna stay there for 2 weeks and eat coconuts.
Yeah, it's not just boredom, it's the fact that like they have been cooped up with each other for so long. No different types of people, no women, no like old people, children or whatever. They're just like stuck in this like it's like being in isolation for years. And so you can see, especially Freddy, but like, you know, he's doing these kind of like out there things and the other soldiers just aren't really even reacting to him because they're just like, I'm not fazed by you acting like a crazy person.
Well, and I think that they're trying to emphasize how isolated he is, even within like an army, which is like the most unified social group there is. Like everyone's part of it. He's always a part. Like there's that shot where they're all kind of like crowded around the naked woman. He's sort of hunched to the side and they visually are trying to separate him from all the people, I think, to accentuate that feeling that like, he just has no place.
Yeah, and he has these parts of him that are likable. Like he'll make a joke. He starts like, I don't know, groping the sandcastle, and people are like, ha 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 at first, but he just
keeps going.
keeps doing it, and they're just like, okay, just start kind of like touching their hair and going,
Yeah.
And then he goes and jerks off for real.
Like, and people are walking by. That's the most realistic jerk off stance ever. It's all arched and stuff.
He's
Awesome.
honestly, he's like that the whole movie. He's just like completely arched, like his back is
This is
hunched
the
like
film that I think, I don't know if others saw it and felt this way, but this was the one where I was like, oh, Joaquin Phoenix, he's not just another actor, he's the best actor. I saw this and was like, he's next level shit. He's probably in the top 3 best living actors. I didn't know until I saw this movie.
I think I start out really liking his performance, and then as things go on, it's just, I don't want to bash on it too much, but like as things go on, his performance doesn't get worse. It's like it's still at that high level, and so is Hoffman's. But I think that the fact that there is not other stuff going on just makes me think more and more. It like all the little things that he's doing, like hunching his back like that. He squishes one side of his face because he's supposed to. I don't know. It's like that's just how his face looks, I guess. This character, and all these little like mannerisms in both him and Hoffman, I start seeing as like, oh, you're doing this because you're like a actor and you want to get acclaim for your amazing actor of this portrayal that's like, or of this character that's so different from you.
I hear you. I feel like this movie does blow its load in its first 35 minutes, and it kind of makes its points and like gets there. And I think the actors sort of start to recycle some of their tricks that they're doing. So I agree with you there. But I think some of those tricks are so
they're
weird and powerful and so good.
Well, and I there's one scene that sticks out in particular where like the beauty of these two characters and these two actors together is like they'll just like do something completely unexpected. Like, well, not that unexpected, but like when after they get out of prison, they have this big fight in prison, and like Joaquin Phoenix's character is just like going crazy and he breaks the toilet and stuff. And I'm sure that there was some improv involved here. He's like knocking his head on the and Dodd is like I'm the only one who cares about you. He's like, stop it, you're an animal, blah blah blah. And the scene after that is the one that sticks out of my mind where they get out of prison, Quell gets to the house and Dodd comes down. And,
they wrestle on the lawn.
They hug, but then it kind of turns into like a little wrestle match, and then like he like grabs his leg and drags him over, and he rips his pants, and at the end there's just like Freddie Quell or whatever, and everyone claps, and it's just like this is such. It's amazing to watch. It's like fascinating. You're like, I'm not bored, in that moment. I'm just like. So it has that going for it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if you think the movie's kind of boring, but then if you take it on a scene by scene basis,
so good.
They're all good scenes.
Yeah,
they're all interesting scenes.
Yeah.
Just on the strength of the acting, I think it's clear that the best scene in the movie, and maybe one of the best scenes you've ever seen in your life, is the no blinking processing
so
scene.
Good.
Oh yeah,
it's so intense.
Wow,
it's so intense.
It really is.
And you're like, how are you able to do this? Like it's so realistic too, and the character's becoming more and more vulnerable. And
yeah, I want to know if he actually it gets possible. It didn't seem like out of the bounds of possibility that Joaquin could have just done that without any like assistance or something.
What do you mean,
like just keeping his eyes open that whole time, because his eye starts watering and tears start going down his cheeks, and then when he's like, close your eyes, and he does it, it like seems real. It seems like Joaquin Phoenix has just done that.
Oh, those eyes are dry. those eyes are dry, but they're sandpaper.
Because like oftentimes in movies, actors, some actors can make themselves cry, which is amazing. But like oftentimes you put the little drops in there, and so I was just like, we're witnessing this.
You get to
He's
see
not
it.
blinking.
You get to see it. It's all in one shot. You get to see his forehead veins coming out. And everything.
Yeah, it was just really impressive. To activate those like drops, sometimes they put them in and they say don't blink, and then when you want the tears to fall, you blink, and then the tears fall. But he couldn't blink.
I like the way that
real.
they frame it, because they do the first part of the interview, and the premise of the interview is that if you blink, they've got to restart the interview, and they do the first iteration of it with the camera on Hoffman, and then when they restart, they put the camera on Quell, and that's awesome because you're getting the same questions again. But now they're more intense, and he's revealing more and becoming more vulnerable in the second run. So you want to be looking at Freddy on the second run, but it's just sweet because we get a turn looking at each of them. Then it ramps up intensity with the Quell angle. I just like it. It's just awesome.
That scene is like extra awesome because before he does the whole no blink thing, they do one run through like the informal processing, and you learn a lot about him as a character because you're picking up on these things up till that point. You're saying that's the one that's 35 minutes in, that scene?
Yeah.
So like up to that point, we're learning about Freddy. We're like, at first I was kind of like, is he especially horny and pervy, or is that just like standard for these guys coming back? And it's like, okay, no, you're learning that no, that's him.
He's weird.
He's weird over and above these guys. And so like what you've learned about him is accentuated in that scene, but only because he lies about every question that is asked. He answers every single question that Dodd asks him that first run through with a lie. He's like, do you care what people think? And he's like, no, not really, or whatever. And I forget what all the questions are, but everyone is like, as he answers, I'm just like, oh, he's lying on every single one of these. And then later he says, are you a liar? And he's like, yes. I think he says yes. But anyways, I'm just saying that like,
are you lying? And he's like, yes. And then, are you a liar? No. Or opposite.
Oh, the opposite. Yeah. Are you lying? No. Are you a liar? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dope because you got these two characters who, on the one is like on paper a loser, and the other's on paper a great man, but they're kind of the opposite. Although,
well, I think that's what the tension is for Dodd, is that he kind of admires Freddy, even though he's kind of the biggest weirdo outcast. This freedom and like this, no one asks anything of him. He kind of, I think he sort of admires that and wishes that for himself, because like people are constantly coming to him for answers. And
including Freddy. Freddy looks up to him and it's like, this guy can put me on the path to a good life. And then throughout the movie, you kind of realize this guy's full of shit.
Yeah, and I love that scene when Laura Dern comes to him and he's like, well, like I saw in your new book that like you asked the question, can you imagine instead of can you recall? And he has to kind of come up with a bullshit explanation, and he's just like what the fuck do you want from me?
I actually had that as a hit pick. Laura Dern is so good, man. When he yells at her like that, and she gets like startled, and then with her expression, she glares at him after that, and her face just says everything. It just says like, I thought, apparently this is not what I thought it was. This is not what I signed up for. You're not who I thought you were. You're lying. Fuck this.
Yeah.
All with a glare. That's what's great about this movie. When it's silent, it's because you can just get it all from the visuals.
I love that the movie has a lot of trust in the audience to have the patience and have the focus to grab these scenes. There's so many scenes that are just like one long take, or like maybe one or two shots intercutting, but like it has so much patience.
Yeah.
And it can be hard to engage with as an audience, but when you do, it's like, it's really rewarding. It's a really rewarding movie to engage with.
I think that it draws you in the right way, because it starts with a lot, like we were saying, it starts with a lot of these sort of long shots where it's not really telling you, it's not setting things up. It's like, hey, that's me. I'm a soldier. I have PTSD. Like, blah, blah. It's not like, it's not feeding it to you. You're picking up on these impressions and stuff. I love the scene where the soldiers who have been through like absolute gruesome hell are sitting there and being told, well, maybe you could open a hardware store.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
hey,
it's such a good scene.
The people they use for that and the portraits that they show of these people like listening to that speech, you can tell some of them are kind of like cautiously optimistic. Some of them are just like, man, shut up.
You're like, I have disemboweled people. Like,
and they never show the person talking either. You
Yeah.
think like usually a scene would end with like it's showing the person giving the presentation, but they don't. I like the character introduction of Lancaster Dodd when he's giving that toast for the wedding, and he's like, before the cause, marriage was, well,
it was just okay.
It was okay, but now, well, there's a dragon, and he tells this big story about you getting a leash around this dragon, and next he's gonna roll over for you, and then you're like, wow, this guy's charismatic as fuck.
Yeah.
Like 11 charisma.
Yeah.
Wait. What does he even say?
Wait, what is he actually
Like, it has
saying
nothing
that
to do with
much?
anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's saying that like the cause is making it so that marriage isn't a mystery anymore, and we can like have tools to sort it out. But it's like the way that he's saying that, like that's the definition of charisma, right? You can like you can interact with people and like get information across in a more compelling way than other people can.
No, but I think what the movie is foreshadowing or like hinting at, the part of his character is hinting at, is that he's so charismatic and can just like, he has such a facility with words that when there's nothing behind it, the presentation was enough for you to just go like, okay, whatever.
It's empty
Let's
charisma.
sing the next song.
It's empty charisma.
Well, I think it's smart too, because at that point in the movie, we've only seen Dodd in positive lights. Like he's been very welcoming to Freddy and been like nice and smiling on stuff. So as an audience, you're willing to go with his story, even though like right away you're just like, this doesn't make any sense. But as an audience, you're getting the experience that the people at the table would be getting.
Man,
yeah, and you realize he's just like surrounded by sycophants.
Man, on that boat in particular, it's like Freddie Quell is such an interesting protagonist because I'm way more invested in what's going on around him than I am in him as a character. He's just like a dumb ape in this movie. He's literally walking around with his back hunched like an ape. And he's just trying to make his shitty moonshine and have sex with randos.
Called an animal.
He's just trying to hump things.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact that Dodd keeps calling him an animal because it's like, yeah, he is acting like an animal. He has a mental illness.
Because you're a Dune fan.
He has a mental illness. I mean, this is a common trope, but it makes the movie a little less fun to watch for me because I appreciate going along on a ride with a character and identifying with the character, but this movie doesn't want you to. I mean, maybe it wants you to identify the features of Quell in yourself, but for the most part, Quell is just like an excuse to tell this story about the cause.
And that's one of the problems I have as if I'm evaluating this movie from kind of a more traditional perspective, I have a hard time getting inside the mind of Freddy.
Not me, baby.
And it's hard because on paper you could definitely define his journey as something that we all go through, this lack of direction, this hopelessness, this search for meaning. But I don't find I identify with him in the movie. And the movie, I think, actively tries to repulse you from him by his introduction. He's repulsive.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
And
that's a starting point, though.
Fair enough, but I think he grows and changes, but he's still midway through the movie, he's still pretty rough. And
that's what I'm saying.
I found my point being, I agree with Riley where I'm able to look at Dodd and understand why he's doing what he's doing. But even by the end of the movie with Freddy, I still he was sort of an enigma. Every action he took was a bit of an enigma to me. I didn't understand why he was doing it.
Well, Dodd's just a narcissist and just wants
and it's
power
easier to
and
put him
sex.
into a box for sure.
You know what? But I think. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think that with Freddy, it's at first he's just this lost addict, and then he decides he's gonna actually try to get better, even though he doesn't understand the methods.
Because they basically force him to.
He's gonna put energy into it, effort, and then ultimately it's he's gonna be who he is, but he doesn't completely reset back to the beginning, right? So he brings that girl back from the pub to his room. He's like, oh, Freddy going back to his old Freddy ways, but then he recites some of the stuff from the processing, so it's it did impact him. He is a different person, but some aspects of his character were just unchangeable.
Well, that's an interesting question. What do you think the fact that he's taking some of those tools means? Does it to me it reads as he wants to take control of his life, he wants to now use these tools he learned to control others, to be an active player.
I think that that's definitely a reading you can have. You can have a cynical reading where it's okay, he didn't really change at all, but now he's learned these tools, and like a monkey, he is imitating things that he's seen without really understanding them or thinking why he's doing it. He's just doing it.
Maybe he's doing it.
He's doing it to get laid, but
he's already being laid.
That's the cynical view. That's the cynical view, and then the optimistic view is that maybe he did actually internalize this thing, and he's still gonna go around and look for to get laid as much as possible, like an animal, but he's going to maybe have a bit more deep interactions with people.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's gonna have some kind of connection with people, because that connection is really about how vulnerable you can be with somebody else, and that he never was more vulnerable to anyone than he was when he did the processing with Lancaster. So he's already having coitus with this person when he starts asking her these questions, and then it all ends with
so weird.
He says, now put it back in, it fell out. Because he's still Freddy.
He's still Freddy.
Well, maybe that's the point too, because they make such a big deal of him being able to laugh at stuff, and laughter is of the animals and whatnot. So maybe that laughter is kind of the positive spin on this thing that he's internalized.
See, this is what's you can bring these interpretations out, and that's fine. I think it's just I was still sort of disappointed that the movie didn't seem to really say anything about it. Obviously, it's like a this is what happened last time. I feel with PTA, where it's this movie's more of a painting than it is a story. It's just things happen in the movie, but nothing really happens.
For sure.
It's like looking at a still image. It's a situation and not motion.
Well, and I think the best movies always leave a little room for you to put your thoughts into it. And this movie has a lot of room for you to put your thoughts into it. And I thought it really interesting. There's a quote from Anderson when people ask, like, what are the shots of the water? What does it mean? 'Cause so many people have theories as to what it is. He's like, ha!
Oh, yeah.
Those water shots are just nice. Sometimes you do things that you think are a good idea. Other times you just hope that some feeling hits you when you're putting the film together. You have to follow that. I'm not trying to be arty or elusive or anything. When we come into the editing room, where we come from in the editing room can sometimes be intellectual, but more often than not, it's instinctual.
Yeah.
See, I think this really that boils down why I don't really like Paul Thomas Anderson that much. Because I'm like, yeah, pretty things, instinctive thing, following your feelings can be good, but I don't know. I feel like something like that where it's a recurring motif throughout the movie, and then he's asked directly about it. And he just said, I just thought it was a cool shot. I'm like, fuck you, dude.
I think it's fine. It's completely fine.
It's fine.
But
He shouldn't, he shouldn't be jailed over it. I'm just saying that, like...
I, too, was sitting there being like, what's the deal with the water? What, what does the wake mean?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Like, the movie has a bunch of that stuff where it's just like, I'm looking for something. I'm looking for a statement, a moral, anything. And it's just kind of like the only moral I can take really is that like mentally ill people should have real treatment and not join cults.
And stop drinking chemicals.
Yeah. Even though something I did want to say is that like the interesting thing about cults a lot of the time, which I feel like was again sort of missing from this movie, but you can see clearly in like documentaries like the next one I watched. I haven't watched the Scientology one, but like sometimes there are some sort of like interesting method of psychological therapy that these cults stumble upon. Like I'm not saying that it's great and it should be incorporated in medicine or whatever. I'm just saying that like sometimes people, there are reasons people stay in these cults. It's because of systems of power and abuse and they don't feel that they escape, but they also stay a lot of the time because they feel like they've actually helped their lives.
Well, Scientology in particular it presents as self-help at the lower levels.
Right. So like, with Nexium in particular, the founder kept talking about like, oh, we've stumbled upon this technology.
Oh, they call them technologies in Scientology as well.
There you go. Yeah. So like there are these methods, and a lot of the time people come in here with like past trauma or like, fears or whatever, and they have to, and through, it's like therapy, it's like weird therapy, but a lot of time it's like therapy, and only when you've been in there for a long time does the abuse start coming out and the exploitation and that kind of thing. But I was waiting for this movie to say something about that, and I guess we can sort of assume that Freddy got something, maybe, if we're taking the optimistic ending and saying that he, learned something.
I think so. I mean, he's certainly better off at the end of the movie than he was at the beginning of the movie.
He was, but it's not super clear,
That's
it's like,
PTA.
Because, but
it's not going to spell it out.
They weren't sure, like, throughout the movie, Peggy's like, I don't know if we can help him. And, like, is it the limits of the cause to help someone this demented? And turns out, you couldn't help him.
But they secretly did. Man, I can't believe how repulsed I am by the use of the chemicals in this movie. Not in like a bad way, but in like a visceral reaction to like when he's mixing the drinks and serving it to people. I'm like, this is the worst idea I've ever seen. When he cuts the torpedo line and drinks the like gas or the ethanol or whatever.
At first I was like,
holy
I was
shit.
like, what is in this tank? What? I didn't get that it was a torpedo, and then later I read that it was a torpedo, and I'm like, oh, they're drinking just the fuel.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's fucked up.
So fucked. Or like
and the fact that he's like a connoisseur is like he makes all these concoctions. He's just looking through a medicine cabinet. And he can smell something and go, like he doesn't know. He doesn't read the label and go like, oh, that is turpentine. That's going to work.
Yeah.
That is not going to work. He just goes by like the taste and stuff. He goes like, that's good shit.
When I love that that's his special talent that gives him access to the cause.
Yeah.
Not if you drink it smart.
Yeah.
So it's poison. Well, sometimes.
That shot of him running away from the farmer's field is one of my favorite shots in this whole movie. It's so
I was
good.
like,
so many great shots.
I was like, is that Joker from the Joker movie?
Oh, it was a cool shot with Amy Adams when she's doing that concentration exercise with him, telling her to change the color of her eyes, and then turns them black.
Oh, it's such a cool shot. Apparently that was like her idea on set. She was like they were kind of just doing their thing, and she came up with that idea to change their color.
I love her in this movie. She's so scary in this movie. She's the real master.
Totally. Well, kind of.
She is. That scene where she like
gives him the hand job and just
and the end scene where she's like, her seat is off to the side, but it's like clear that that's the real throne.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
and I love the scene too when it's like all the party or whatever, and he's singing, and all the women are naked, and she's just there in the background, and she's kind of just like leaning on her chair, and the look she gives Freddy. Oh boy,
I didn't notice that. I did notice her back there.
I was kind of sad because it's like her performance is good, but it's not nearly as like captivating. Because at the end of the day, she is the more like in control one. She's the less eccentric one. She's just kind of like, I'm the calm one, and I'm going to talk about what we're going to do next.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
But she has this calm intensity, and she's like it's the whole kite and the string kind of thing. Lancaster is the
sure.
kite, and he's the creating all the material.
For sure.
But then she's like the chief evangelist and making it all happen.
Right.
The operator. And it's like once something has been decided, like she's executing on it and not deviating at all.
She's keeping him grounded with couple hand jobs every once in a while.
Those just dominating him with the hand job, like, and her other hand's like on the back of his neck.
Yeah, like kind of like that power position.
Yeah, it was very
Yeah.
like controlling. Yeah,
So awesome.
It's great.
that
want one.
was a good scene. Uncomfortable, but I want one. Jeez Louise.
Amy Adams rules, man.
Do you guys feel like this movie successfully conveys that Freddy is like a really unreliable narrator? Because I was reading like some stuff or whatever about the movie, and I was like, I get that it's from his perspective, but I didn't get the sense that a bunch of it was like hallucinations or.
Is any of it?
Apparently, there's like theories of this movie where it's like were the people even naked at the party, like, or is that his like perversion?
I think it's implied that they weren't.
It is?
Well, because I wrote that down and I was like, wait, what? Is he hallucinating this or is this really happening? Because when would they take it? It's like the way it's filmed, it doesn't seem like there's a gap between when we see them clothed and when we see them unclothed. It seemed like it's like that's him imagining
like,
them
yeah,
naked
nice.
because he's a perv.
Oh, but then if that's true, then the hand job scene doesn't make sense because she says you can do anything, you can have affairs, but stop this stuff because this isn't happening. We're not having these like big orgies and stuff.
Yeah, well,
Like,
and
get
that's
that out
what
of your
made it
head.
confusing.
This isn't a sex cult, is what she's doing. So
I
must be real because
Yeah,
that's what she's responding to.
Well, that's not how I read it. I read it as it was a hallucination, and then I was reading someone else online talking about it, and they said that he hallucinated it. And so I'm like, I don't know. It just seemed like logistically it would be hard for them to take all their clothes off and then continue.
He could have set up earlier that whenever he rings the bell, the women get naked, and then we didn't
I don't
see
know.
that happen.
I feel like it would have been more explicit. Who knows?
Who knows?
Either way,
Big muffs in the
it doesn't really
50s
make
though,
a
hey?
big change.
Anyways.
It doesn't really make a big change to the plot or the characters either way.
I love the editing in this movie too. I think there's like just these fantastic scene to scene, like within the scenes.
Who is the editor, or does he?
Yeah, I think he does have a ghost person. but I
He
don't know
always
what it
has
is.
great editing.
So fantastic, and it's very restrained here in the best of ways, where it's like there's not any scenes where it's overcut or this, but the transitions between scenes I love, like when he's making out with that girl in the closet, like the development room. And he's like, oh, can I take you out tonight? Or like, can we go on a date tonight? And it cuts to her eating, and she's kind of alone. And then you realize like he's kind of fallen asleep beside her, and it's just this fantastic like humorous cut in a movie that's like kind of.
But it's also sad.
Funny.
It's like a tragic
super
cut.
sad.
You know what's interesting is how much time they spend setting up her, and she's not a character in the movie, but it's probably like a good 3 minutes. Like
walking around.
She's walking around, like trying to sell the garments, and I think it's. I don't know, like, I want to know your guys' opinions, because on the one hand, you wanted to show a little kind of fling for him, and you wanted to have the setup for it, where it's not just, I guess he could have just picked someone up in a pub like he did at the end of the movie, just make eyes at somebody and then that happens. But this is really sold like, are we getting into a love story here?
Yeah.
Because we see this whole introduction of her, and she's so like naturally flirtatious, but that's kind of the role of her job. And then they get together and it's like, boom, it's over. It's over now. That happiness is never happening to you.
I took it as a trigger for him, because I think it's the scene after that he has the outburst.
Yeah.
With the
he's hungover and he's pissed off. He's a failure.
Yeah, he's a failure. And I love that scene. It makes me so deeply uncomfortable in the way I think the movie intends, when he just like starts moving the light closer and he gets this perverted pleasure of like making
Provoking
the man, provoking the man, and they fight. I just love that fight. It feels so real, and like,
oh yeah,
like it's not like a stunt fight. It's just like two dudes pushing and shoving each other.
Oh man,
it's the kind of fight where you would believe if they were like, yeah, walk in, he just picked up that glass, started throwing at him.
Yeah, 100%.
I love. Like, did they even know where the camera was gonna go?
Yeah.
I love how it like feels sort of like two kids fighting.
Yeah.
Like he initially is just kind of like trolling him, and then it like turns into a real fight, and then as he like runs away a little bit, he's like, he's like thrilled a little bit. He's like, oh, we're playing.
Yeah, well, he knows he's gonna get his ass kicked, so that's why he does a few cheap moves there. At the beginning, he's like, okay, we're not fighting, and then he chokes him with the tie. Then he starts throwing stuff at him, and then after he's run away, he throws one more thing at him just to make sure.
That's what, man. That's what I'm saying. This character is so frustrating because I'm just like. Like you were saying earlier that you don't relate to him, and I'm saying that I do relate to him, but on like a very animalistic level.
Sure.
Like he represents this sort of like uninhibited behavior that an animal exhibits, and that's why I think the dynamic between him and Dot is so interesting, because Dot is like, on the one hand, Dot is like, you are this like chaotic energy and you're unrestrained, and I like that because it like inspires me creatively. It helps him write and stuff. But at the same time, he's just like, okay, but don't take it too far. I need to keep you on a leash. He's literally like his pet instead of his friend.
I'm sure someone's done a like, why Freddy is the id and Dodd is the ego and Amy Adams is the super ego.
But that also makes it so hard to watch, knowing this guy just needs actual therapy without like all these trials that they put him through and abuse. And that he like signs up for, I guess, but like they're like, hey, if you want to stay with us, you know, we've adopted you into this family, but if you want to stay, you have to
from one
do
side
this.
of the room to the other.
Yeah.
Over and over.
Yeah, I think that is a nod to this thing called introspection rundown, which is a technique that was used on the person that may have inspired the character that Joaquin's playing. His name was Welch. And introspection rundown is this like Scientology technique that actually resulted in a woman dying in 1995.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so it was first used, I think, in the, 70s. And then, so what it is basically is you totally cloister a person. You don't talk to them at all. Like, you isolate them from all social contact for days until they can. So I guess Hubbard's theory was like, this person who's super aggro will calm down if they don't get to interact with anybody. They'll calm down and then be receptive to auditing, which is the technology that they use to remove.
And auditing
faith.
is processing? No, that's different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Auditing is just like you hold these little instruments in your hands, and they have this little meter that goes up and down. It's just like a voltage meter, really. And they ask you questions, and they see if the needle moves. They're trying to remove thetans, which are like these schisms in your mind that contain trauma from past lives.
That's like the spirit of the aliens that have like...
Yeah, but that's just not in there yet until you're a higher level.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's mostly just like we all have these traumas, and they're physically in your brain, and we need to release them by like confronting them. So on the surface level, when you walk into a Scientology place, which I have done for science, seriously, I was like,
I need to know.
I was like, I think they're so fascinating. I need to try to get audited if I can. They didn't, but they showed me the machine, which they normally don't. I did a whole personality test and shit, and then talked to this lady, like pretending that I was interested.
What in the world?
Oh, I'm so fascinated by Scientology.
It's very fascinating.
Anyways, what was I actually talking about?
Thetans.
Oh, the rundown, introspection rundown. So yeah. So they relax you. Apparently, it worked for this one prototypical case, and after that, they're like, this is the new thing to do when someone is super psychotic and violent, is where you do introspection rundown. And then so years later, I think Hubbard's dead at this point, and David Miscavige was in charge. In 1995, there's a lady named McPherson, I forget what her first name was, but they tried to use introspection rundown on her, and she was in a room for like 17 days, and she died. And then on her, the autopsy revealed she was like, no water, no food. But then apparently they didn't do introspection rundown correctly, because there was other Scientologists like in the room, but just not interacting with her. And they're like, no, that's not proper. She had to be in her own room alone. That's why she didn't calm down.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's really messed up.
It's so interesting to me that like none of these cults work without some truth.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like the
sure.
processes of Scientology, like this de-Thetanization or whatever. It's like this idea that we all carry trauma and we have to get rid of it. Like that's true, man.
And the context at the time is psychology was just popping off at the time. And everyone, people thought that with science, anything's possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like how, like in that movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? You know, like, we took these bottles of water and we wrote love on one and hate on another, and then we look at it with a microscope, and the one that's labeled love is way more orderly, and that and the other one's chaotic, and that means that we can like manifest things in the universe. So like, don't like you can give yourself an erection just by thinking. What else can you do with your thoughts? Anything. It's like The Secret, right? It's like
yeah.
I mean, but that stuff is really, really interesting because there is a lot of stuff that like we just don't understand how that works, like
That's
the
fair.
placebo effect.
Yeah.
Obviously, like people exaggerate it to the point where it's like, hey man, everything and every ailment you could have is based on your thoughts, and you just need to like have positive thinking. But like there is some like spooky stuff when you think about like if you think this treatment is going to work, it has a greater chance of working, etc.
The problem is when people say that's just placebo. It's like,
Right.
well, don't use the word just. Placebo is powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
But that brings us all back to Dodd because it's like, okay, to what extent is he a believer in his own bullshit? And to what extent is he just a narcissist who just knows what he's doing is false and is just trying to get money? Like he knows he's just spinning bullshit. He's aware of his own scam versus actually just being a psycho.
I think that's a really interesting question because I feel like there's definitely a level on which you could say that he is very similar to Freddy in the sense that he just is kind of going with this and continuing to go with it because he hasn't been found out yet and he's going to do whatever he can get away with, you know? Freddy is going to drink as much as he can and try to have sex with as many people as he can and fight as many people as he can until he gets put in prison. And I think that Lancaster is probably similar in a lot of ways where I don't think that he fully believes what he's doing. I think that he's seen that he can bullshit people and people react a certain way. And so he has this animalistic way of being where when people react to him in a certain way, you know, it's a comedian gets laughs. So he keeps saying edgier and edgier things until people say, whoa, too far.
I think it's complex though. I don't think you can be at that level of control over people and not like at least on one level believe what you're selling. I think like he if he goes to the absolute core of his being, it's like he knows it's bullshit, but like these levels of himself of protection
for sure
of himself, like I think at like many levels he does believe what he's doing is helping at least.
It's like being in denial, you know? It's like you know that something is true, but you continually tell yourself that it's not because to fully turn and face this thing that's right beside you head on is terrifying. So even though you know it's there, you keep pretending it's not, and you sort of believe that it's not, but you sort of do believe it. It's like, you're right, it's complex. Human psychology, man. If there were easy answers, there wouldn't be cults.
What do you think at the end when he's kind of a toxic abuser too, when he's like at the scene you talked about in the jail, he's like, I'm the only one who likes you. I'm the only one who likes you. Fred. He's like,
that's manipulation 101.
Completely. And then at the end when he's giving him this ultimatum, like, hey, are you going to hang out with us or not? And if you leave, I never want to see you again.
Right.
You can never come back.
Right,
it's an exploding offer. And then it sounds like he, like almost like he wants him to leave or that Freddy has made up his mind he's going to leave. But then he starts singing this damn song. Was that to reel him back in? What the hell?
Honestly, the last scene of this movie is so frustrating to me. Because like... Okay, so he's in the theater, right? He's taking off with a motorcycle and he's doing his own thing or whatever, and then he's in the theater and he gets this phone call. But then and it's Dodd saying, "I'm in Britain, come see me in Britain," blah blah blah.
But then it cuts to him being asleep in the
theater?
theater?
It cuts to him being asleep, and I'm like, so wait, what was that, a dream? But then it cuts to Freddy in England. So I'm like,
and then Freddy says, "I had a dream."
He says he had a dream in the thing, but then it's like it's never really. I mean, I guess it's fine. The movie doesn't want to reveal to you whether it was a dream or not.
Oh, that's interesting. Because maybe he didn't call, but he like felt the call.
I don't think it was.
He definitely had to have called him. How would he even know they were in England?
I mean, I'm sure you could.
I think that it might be that he had like read that they were in England now, and maybe he like had a dream about it, and then he really thought the dream was how we got the information.
Why would he have been asleep in the theater after the call?
Yeah.
Okay, that's more compelling to me than the other unreliable narrator example we talked about earlier. So maybe, but I don't think there would just be one unreliable narrator scene.
No.
So what are the other ones then?
What do you mean? Well,
he doesn't actually drink chemicals.
I don't think him being an unreliable narrator is like a big part of. Like a crucial part of the movie. I think that it's just kind of like we are with him and we're just sort of experiencing what he experiences. You know, again, it's like, I think that if the unreliable narrative thing was a bigger part of the movie, we would see more of this sort of like intentional thing. But this goes along with PTA's deal where he's just kind of like,
and
I felt like this scene would work.
I think that's my big problem with the movie is that it's not committed to any of its ideas. And I think like you could definitely have an unreliable narrator angle in this movie. And if it's there, it's kind of there, but it's not committed. And I think that this movie would be really well suited to just maybe trim a few ideas out and then focus them a little bit more.
Wait, when he gets to Lancaster in England and he gives him the Cools cigarettes.
Yeah.
Does Lancaster act like he's, oh, you brought the Cools?
He doesn't say that, but he does say like, Cools. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it seems as if they had the call. But maybe they didn't.
Yeah. Dang it. I never
like I think it's supposed to be ambiguous.
I'm gonna watch
it
again now, looking out for this particular thing.
But anyways, we were talking about after, so like what happens after that. He says to him, which I thought was like a great line, and it really kind of like it was a great place to put this line, because it kind of like puts it sort of ties a bow around the movie, where he's like, okay, go free, no one's gonna tie you down or whatever, but if you figure out a way to live without serving a master, then let the rest of us know, would you? For you'd be the first person in the history of the world. And I'm like, okay, that's a good insight. That's a great line to have at the end of a movie called The Master. And then I wrote, now let me sing a weird song, because he just starts singing.
But even that line,
and then the movie ends.
Even that line, it's kind of like Freddy has realized this guy's a bullshitter and he just doesn't want to be in his collection, in like Lancaster Dodd's menagerie.
Yeah.
So he's going to leave. And then Lancaster knows that. So he goes, oh, you don't want to be one of my bitches? Well, good luck. Because everyone is in some kind of harem.
The reason I like
Come
that
back
movie,
to mine.
The reason I like the line is because it's true. Everybody serves something. And I think in Freddy's situation, he's serving his base desires and not really
instead of Lancaster.
Yeah. Well, sure.
Well, and I almost...
but everyone's serving one thing instead of another thing. It's like I think that I liked the line because it reflects the fact that, we were saying earlier that society has this meaning-shaped hole and this purpose-shaped hole. And if you don't subscribe specifically and consciously to a meaning or a purpose, then you're going to be a slave to something else, and someone's going to take advantage of you,
like
or you're
salsa dancing.
Sure, you're going to fall in with the wrong salsa dancing crowd.
I also feel like I interpreted that scene as Dodd also saying like, I'm not free. Like he's like we
know that Peggy's in the corner.
Well, yeah, no,
and her name is Peggy.
Oh,
accident.
Hey, maybe.
And so I like the dynamic of that scene where he's kind of trying to control Freddy, but he's also admitting his own weakness or his own pain.
Right.
And I think that makes the scene just like,
and I think
salted caramel good.
Right. And that's also why I liked it, because he's saying, let the rest of us know.
Yeah, I want to know.
He's including himself in there.
Totally.
It's like, okay, Dodd is the head of this cult, but even Dodd is a slave to his desire to have people praise him, his desire to be
when it's like the machine is
respected.
already moving. He's like kind of a slave to the machine that he's created.
Right.
Yeah,
he can't escape if he wanted to. I mean, he could, I guess, but bad news.
But then he sings. He's a slave to singing.
Yeah,
book 2, you can see that he's really upset about book 2. He knows it's crap.
Yeah.
He's stressed about that.
Yeah.
I love that scene when I can't remember the other guy who's just in the orbit of those people as well. He's like, this book sucks. It should have been 3-page handout we hand out at like the bus stop or whatever.
That guy is in There Will Be Blood, which I hope we cover someday. So just look out for him when we do.
It's a better movie.
It is a better movie.
I think this movie is the turning point for me with PTA.
Does he go downhill all from here?
All
you kind of alluded to that.
Yeah.
What's after this is Inherent Vice,
Phantom Thread,
and
Licorice Pizza, which I think was pretty good. But it's like I think everything before that is awesome. I think There Will Be Blood, Boogie Nights, Magnolia, all of them are like Punch Drunk Love is my favorite. I think they all have like that better mix of like traditional storytelling, but then really bigger ideas and like just his weird PTA flavor, and they all coalesce into something that's not so self-indulgent. And then after that, it's just so self-important. All his movies are like, yes, there will be no point because that is the point. And it becomes so frustrating to watch.
I don't know if that
movies.
is the point, but I think he's just focusing on other things.
That's fair.
That it's not that mainstream to focus on these things.
Yeah.
Because I've seen obviously it wasn't like a critical success, but it wasn't like a box office success, but I've seen lots of comments about people saying like, oh, Phantom Thread is the perfect movie. Like on r/flicks, you'll see people say this is the perfect movie. The more I watch it, like the just more of a masterpiece it is. Whereas even myself, I was like, Paul Thomas Anderson, Daniel Day-Lewis, back together again.
Yeah.
Probably DDL's last movie. This is gonna be the shit. And I just watched it once in theaters, and I was like, it was okay. But I should watch it again. I'm sure it's better than I remember.
And it's fair. Some of his movies do get better on rewatch, but Inherent Vice is utter shit.
It's not utter shit. I watched it this year.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
It's interesting.
James, you're an unreliable narrator when it comes to this stuff.
Because I like
you love PTA.
You're biased because you like it.
You're a fan.
It's tautological. I like it because I like it.
No, you like PTA, so you like the movie made by PTA.
I've never even watched a single interview with the guy.
That's not tautological.
That's the phenomenon that we've talked about this.
Like I don't like the man.
You like his work, so when he puts out another work, even though other people are saying there's big problems with it, you're like, I like it more than all you guys.
And we've talked about this phenomenon where you have to buy in.
I'm not saying biases are horrible. Like I'm just saying.
Yeah, the only objectivity
that's your bias.
is subjectivity.
Everyone has one.
The thing is though, like I like his work, and all of his work has aspects of his work in it. So even if it has other elements I don't like as much, there's still going to be those core kind of aspects of that I like. So I'm gonna like it.
We come in here and we talk. We review the Star Wars prequels, and I say I really really enjoyed it, and I give it a higher rating. Even
it's like if I liked blue, and you're like, well, how do you like this bluey green? I'm like, well, it still has blue in it, so that's good.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess
that's
a
weird analogy, but sure, I'll go with it.
I'll admit that all his movies have really artistic qualities and like strokes of his genius, because I think the man is a brilliant man. I think he just hit that part in his career where he got to do whatever he wanted, and he needs someone to rein him in just a tiny bit.
The old George Lucas analogy.
Exactly.
I mean, he's talked about everywhere I see him talked about. He's talked about as like one of our great directors.
Well, and
of the modern
I feel like
era.
the conversations around his movies become more about him than his movies. Like he stopped trying to earn our respect with his movies. He's kind of just like, we respect his movies because of him. We don't respect him because of his movies anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what like it's hard to talk about this or explain it more, because I feel like someone like, let's say, Denis Villeneuve, the Superman of the directing world right now.
Save us, Denis.
He can make these movies that are artsy and evoke these certain emotions, but can also be intense and complex plot wise, and intense and complex character wise, and have growth and have like messages. And I just feel like they're so deep. And you go watch a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, and it like feels really really deep, but at the end of the day, you do get the feeling that like this guy is making these movies just because he kind of likes the idea and he wants to like play around. It's a sandbox for him, you know. It's not like he's like, I have something I want to say.
I think it's
like
always more about the relationship.
I have something I want to feel.
Yeah, it's more about the main relationship.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like you guys were talking about, does it say much about Scientology? I think it shows you all the different facets of it through the characters. He's like Peggy is one aspect of it. Lancaster is one aspect of it. The other acolytes and his children, they're all different dimensions of it, but he doesn't ever make a statement about the institution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like I want him to say a statement about anything. Like he's obviously saying, like, the strongest statement I can take out of this is that cults are abusive. Mental illness can't be cured with weird cult shit. It's just like, what am I supposed to take away? I don't know.
And I think maybe that is the point, and maybe there is a need for that kind of art where you have to put yourself into it and like experience it and bring your own conclusions. But it's frustrating as an audience when you have a meaning shaped hole when you watch a movie and you're like, give me meaning.
Exactly.
Give me fucking meaning.
Oh my gosh, now we're getting meta
Full
about
circle.
it. The film is a metaphor for society.
Let's do some rapid fire because we're running out of time. Do you guys got
nitpicks?
Nitpicks.
Biggest hit pick. The best shot in the whole movie is when he's passed out on the top of the mast or whatever.
Oh, they're throwing bananas
at him. I love that shot. That's an 11 out of 10 moment.
So many great shots.
My favorite funny shot is the portraits. Like it cuts between when he's working as a portrait taker.
Photographer.
Yeah, and it cuts between all the people posing for the portraits. I was like, damn, they really nailed this
This look.
50s feel.
Yeah.
Or,
He really
or
is
40s,
great.
I guess.
Cinematography.
Yeah.
Yeah, the color in this movie is fantastic.
But honestly, just like, you know how like people from, when you see pictures of people from the 40s and 50s, they have like a look. Like,
Yeah.
It's not just the fact that they're wearing certain clothes or whatever. It's like their facial features. Like, at least when you think of like the stereotypical white people
but,
of the 50s.
Makeup and eyebrows and hair like does a lot for that.
Yeah.
Sure. And when in lighting too, like it's very sourcey and directional.
So good.
Nitpick, the dark room is lit up with a yellow light. A dark room is always red light, so it doesn't expose the film.
Yeah, why? I thought.
Yeah, it's weird too because he obviously would have known that. Must have been some shooting constraint.
I think so, and I think like it fits
Well, they
the
could just color
visual theme better. Like it fits. It's more transitionally smooth to have like that yellowish green, but it was. And I mean, he's not developing photos. I think in particular, so maybe it's not a nitpick. But
Hit pick when Quell's like, "This your ship," and then Dodd's like, "I'm its commander." Yes. It's like, so it's not your ship, you bullshitter.
Yeah.
But he puts the word "yes" at the end of the clause, right?
I love that though because it seems kind of like they're kids playing Dungeons and Dragons or something. Just like, yes, I am the ship's commander and you are my ensign.
Yes.
Ensign.
Word of the day for you,
Yeah.
hey?
My from that same scene, a hit pick for me when Hoffman, or I guess I didn't know his name at that point in the movie. Dodd invites Freddie to join them for his daughter's wedding. He says, "And your memories, come on, and your memories aren't invited." And I was like, okay, that's a weird thing to say because it's like, hey, just be in the moment, I guess. But then right after he says that, right before it cuts, the lighting gets darker.
Oh,
did you notice that?
No.
The lighting gets like, and I rewound because I was like, did I just like imagine that? And I rewound, and the lighting on his like face and the scene just like it goes dark, cut.
Like a play almost.
Yeah. And I was
Weird.
like, okay, is this like foreshadowing?
I love the shot when I've read at the beginning. He's on the island and he's kind of like cutting the coconut. And there's just like a second where he kind of puts a knife at his wrist as if he's like kind of considering cutting off his hand off.
He's just like, how sharp is this thing? He's like hitting his own. It just shows how animalistic it is. And you know, that's one of those times where like, okay, Joaquin, whatever you want, we're just going to roll the camera for 45 minutes and you just fuck around.
You know, that's just Joaquin just being crazy.
He's the master.
He's so
good.
Hit pick, young Jesse Plemons.
Yeah.
Perfectly cast.
He's always perfectly cast.
Acting
Could we have
is
a menacing, ambiguous guy?
Well, I think he went on to like be like a really great actor. I think that like he's great in almost everything I've seen him in, but like he barely does anything in this movie. But I think just from like a visual casting perspective, they nailed he looks like Philip Seymour Hoffman's
yeah, he
son.
does.
Yeah.
And Philip Seymour Hoffman has a son, and he's in Licorice Pizza.
Is he?
Yeah, but in 2012.
Yeah.
He was way too young back then, though.
Right.
Apparently, Paul Thomas Anderson, speaking about Tom Cruise, because Tom Cruise worked with PTA on Magnolia, so they have a relationship.
Oh, yeah.
And Cruise is like the prince of Scientology. So here's a quote. "Yes, I have shown him the film, and yes, we are still friends. The rest is between me and Tom." Interesting. Interesting. Is the master, Dodd, really that paranoid when they're digging up that like cache of his unpublished work or whatever, and then before they walk away, he's like, wait, and he like looks around in the middle of the desert to see if anyone's watching them? Is he really that paranoid, or is that just a show for Freddy?
It could be both. I don't think he needs to do a show like that for Freddy anymore. I feel like it seemed real.
See, that's the kind of stuff. That's what this movie is about.
Right.
It's about those kind of layers when you're watching. You're just like, what is he thinking?
But I think that, like, again, I think by that point in the movie, I am seeing things like that as just like the actors adding something in. It seems like an SNL parody of like Inside the Actors Studio where someone's like giving an acting class and they're like, don't just walk to the corner, walk and then you remember something. And then, someone in the walls.
Okay.
I mean,
it's just like you're just adding in random things to make the character more interesting. And it's like, yeah, you can see that like that is consistent with the character, and that's why they kept in the movie. And it's like, you know, but I feel like there's so much of that, especially as the movie drags on. I'm just like,
I think a movie is always, the best movies are always a balance of a million elements, and I think Paul Thomas Anderson has chosen to sacrifice plot elements for the sake of giving the actors a bigger playground to play on. And I think that's totally fine. That's a choice, but it for me it lowers my enjoyment.
Hit pick is right at the beginning. you see like all those little reels for the different studios that produce the film, and then it goes black for so long that you're like, did I pause it? Is this buffering? What's going on? And then the title card, The Master, comes up. It's just like so epic.
Yeah.
I love the text they use for the title.
It's very nice font.
It's very
nice typeface.
Subdued. That's all my picks.
All right, let's do Now Playing.